No one told the bus driver that Christmas finished 2 weeks. Oh, there's another one. Wait, there's actually another one. I guess they're going back to the depot, wherever the depot is, on the south side of the river. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've got enough space to get the entire abbey in the frame. Bingo. Gosh, if only Big Ben were that crystal clear, eh? That really is perfect. The lighting is wonderful. It's something worth seeing. If you've seen all the tourist stuff in the centre, definitely worth heading to Canary Wharf. 100%. Nice. No, my pleasure. It's good to meet you. Thank you for talking to everyone watching.
Very great here in London. Go to this room. Very nice man. Super nice.
You're too kind. Welcome, and I'm glad you liked it in London.
Thanks.
My home city. Thanks a lot, guys. You take care. Bye-bye. Bye. The reason I never saw this before is that it is literally brand new. This is a new entrance that they finished building. I'll go in, guys. You can see it as well. It's the Elizabeth line. 1 second, you'll be able to see it. Yeah, look at this. This is literally the newest tube station entrance in the whole of London. Look, even the machines are completely different. There's no one here. Look at the dining room is rather nice. Yeah, there's no one in there. Look at that. Here, we could actually be in there ourselves right now, couldn't we? Having dinner. Isn't it wonderful? I'm trying to align both cameras. There we are. What a surprise. Yeah. Okay, look at this. Look at that. Now that's what you call a car. Wow. 1 second, taxi's coming on. Let me get out of the way. Look at that. As I mentioned before, I'm no car connoisseur, but this is clearly a vintage Bentley. Isn't it wonderful? Good Lord. What's this? 2022 member. I don't know of what. I'm being careful not to film any personal information on the car. We don't need to know who the owner is. That's not what I'm here for. But look at that. Isn't it absolutely magnificent? Just subtly parked here. I think that car, and if you wanted an indication of what separates a billionaire from a millionaire, it's taste, isn't it, fundamentally? It's parked outside this house. Look at that. Solid marble steps. Ding. Other one is recording. So we're now recording and living at once. And off we go. Let's see what we can find tonight, guys. Absolutely, 2 for the price of 1. It might not work out, actually. The other smaller camera is great with autofocus, but I'm much more concerned with the stream. Tower Bridge, massively eastbound from here. It's pretty far from where we are right now. Since about age 2, wow, so you're a huge fan of London. Good evening, welcome, joining from Romania. Yeah, me too, I love London Eye. We're going to go up towards Parliament Square. We're going to go onto Westminster Bridge in a few minutes, and let's see what we can see. I'm going to try and keep this as stable as I can on the horizontal axis. It's probably easier said than done, but let's see what happens. Bearing in mind I'm looking at 2 screens at once. It's a challenge. Dobry wieczór, if you're joining from Poland. Thank you for the comments, guys. Okay. So I'll show you what I can see at the end of the pier first, and then we'll go, that over here is the way out. We'll go there in a second. Greetings, joining from Cyprus. Thank you. See the red buses up there on the bridge? Also a bit of light pollution because we're now coming out to the end and there's no lighting here. 1 second. I'm going to show you guys something amazing. It'll be a much better view in a minute. But this is one of my favourite spots to see it. If I pan the camera around right now, what have we got? Yeah, we've got that. Somebody decided to leave a clock there. A bit of confusion about the London City Walks YouTube thing, actually. And there is another chap that has a YouTube channel called London City Walk, singular. I didn't know about that, actually, when I opened mine. So there's London City Walk and London City Walks. But he doesn't do TikTok, as far as I know. But panning back round, a quick question, guys. For some reason, this is my eyesight, the clock doesn't, it seems particularly blurry, no? Guys, does the picture seem blurry, or is it crystal clear for you guys? Looks like there's a teeny weeny bit of pollution from somewhere. I'm not sure where. I cleaned the lens before we came out. 1 second. What is that? Oh, I see. Sorry, it's light pollution. It's fine. Blurry clock. Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? Actually, I can't think why. Got no issues at all on the other side. 1 second. Let's yeah, just a white circle. 1 second. I think it's the pier lighting is intruding a little bit. That's why we're getting the less than impressive clock. Let's go up there and have a look. Okay, exit back up toward Westminster. Actually, one way to test whether or not we've got a camera problem or a light problem. How clear is that, guys? To me now that looks absolutely crystal clear. Can you all read that like fine, yeah? The sign. Yeah, actually it's fine, it's just light pollution. Great. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure for a second whether it was the camera that needed to be cleaned, but I did check it before I came out. Okay. Up the steps we go. Okay, so we're now on Westminster Bridge, heading from the south side toward from the north side, heading toward the south side. Ding. Other one is recording, so we're now recording and living at once. And off we go. Let's see what we can find tonight, guys. Absolutely, 2 for the price of 1. It might not work out, actually. The other smaller camera is great with autofocus, but I'm much more concerned with the stream. Tower Bridge, massively eastbound from here. It's pretty far from where we are right now. Since about age 2, wow, so you're a huge fan of London. Good evening, welcome, joining from Romania. Yeah, me too, I love London. We're going to go up towards Parliament Square. We're going to go onto Westminster Bridge in a few minutes, and let's see what we can see. I'm going to try and keep this as stable as I can on the horizontal axis. It's probably easier said than done, but let's see what happens. Bearing in mind I'm looking at 2 screens at once. It's a challenge. Dobry wieczór, if you're joining from Poland. Thank you for the comments, guys. Okay. So I'll show you what I can see at the end of the pier first, and then we'll go, that over here is the way out. We'll go there in a second. Greetings, joining from Cyprus. Thank you. See the red buses up there on the bridge. Also a bit of light pollution because we're now coming out to the end and there's no lighting here. 1 second, I'm going to show you guys something amazing. It'll be a much better view in a minute, but this is one of my favourite spots to see it. If I pan the camera around right now, what have we got? Yeah, we've got that. Somebody decided to leave a clock there. A bit of confusion about the London City Walks YouTube thing, actually. There is another chap that has a YouTube channel called London City Walk, singular. I didn't know about that, actually, when I opened mine. So there's London City Walk and London City Walks. But he doesn't do TikTok, as far as I know. But panning back round, a quick question, guys. For some reason, unless it's my eyesight, the clock doesn't, it seems particularly blurry, no? Guys, does the picture seem blurry or is it crystal clear for you guys? Looks like there's a teeny weeny bit of pollution from somewhere. I'm not sure where. I cleaned the lens before we came out. 1 second. What is that? Oh, I see. Sorry, it's light pollution. It's fine. Blurry clock. Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? Actually, I can't think why. But no issues at all on the other side. 1 second. Let's yeah, just a white circle. 1 second. I think it's the pier lighting is intruding a little bit. That's why we're getting the less than impressive clock. Let's go up there and have a look. Okay, exit back up toward Westminster. Actually, one way to test whether or not we've got a camera problem or a light problem. How clear is that, guys? To me now that looks absolutely crystal clear. Can you all read that like fine, yeah? The sign. Yeah, actually it's fine, it's just light pollution. Great. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure for a second whether it was the camera that needed to be cleaned, but I did check it before I came out. Okay. Up the steps we go. Okay, so we're now on Westminster Bridge, heading from the south side towards from the north side heading towards the south side. So, you know, those are the views if you're on the south side of the river this evening, looking across toward Westminster, Parliament Square, etc. You know, the light pollution is just from the street lamps. We're going to get that, unfortunately. That's the only downside to streaming at night. I mean, it's still fairly spectacular. I think you guys would agree. Yeah, it's rather beautiful. Plus we get a great panorama up here, in fact. Yes, we've got the wheel, but you know, that view from Westminster Bridge looking over toward Hungerford Bridge is beautiful. Okay, but hey, guess what? The view the other side is even more beautiful. One moment, let's see. Oh. I've yet to ever come on this bridge and not have people posing for a picture. It literally never happens, even at 4 a.m. So let's see. Okay, so from where I am this side, life buoy, just in case anyone does decide to jump, and it does happen sometimes. Right, so looking in this direction, everyone. When I was here on Friday, I actually completely forgot the name of the bridge in front of us. I will never forget it again. The bridge directly in front of us is Lambeth Bridge.
Or a bit longer, I think, and to struggle more on the top.
And if I pan around, yes, that building in the centre of the frame is St Thomas's Hospital. Going across. Thank you, I'm glad it's clear now. We're going to get a little light pollution. It's just the way it is with these exceedingly bright lamps they have on the street here. And as we go completely around this way, I'll focus on the clock in a moment. We have what is literally one of my favourite views in the whole of London. You know, just look at it. Isn't it utterly spectacular? The Palace of Westminster. Yeah, it really is amazing. Whether look at it with my eyes or look at it through the camera, same effect. It's glorious. Same time, yeah, glorious. Perfect word, Rose. It is quite literally glorious. Okay, so let's walk past the buoy, and let's see if this time, if we've still got the blurry clock. I think, yeah, actually, to be honest, I think we're going to end up with the blurry clock simply because we're using the phone. I think that's something that's probably largely unavoidable. Okay, let me zoom in right up close to the clock. 1 second. We know that it's not an issue with the phone. Oh, you see that mega zoom? Yeah, it's simply the fact that the clock is so bright. I mean, that's probably as clear as we're going to get. In fact, that's seemed to have focused relatively well. I know it's not going to hold stable because that's mega zoomed in. Anyway, you guys get the point. And I'm pretty sure from the other side, actually, with less light pollution, it'll be much clearer. Let's go and have a look anyway. It's okay, don't worry. Thank you. Okay, yeah, let's head across. There's far less street lighting polluting the image on the other side. Beautiful sound for a Sunday evening. Yeah, too much light. Don't worry, the light will be much better when we get off the bridge. The bridge is super illuminated. Look at this bus, guys. No one told the bus driver that Christmas finished 2 weeks. Oh, there's another one. Wait, there's actually another one. I guess they're going back to the depot, wherever the depot is, on the south side of the river. The clock is called, or the enormous clock. Wait, now we've got all of the lamps behind us. 1 second, let's try again. The lighting here is much better. And it's picking up the actual clock itself. The architecture of the clock beautifully, but we've still got, it's still not happy with that clock face, is it? It is what it is. Anyway, let's go continue down toward Parliament Square. That's where we're going anyway. Yeah, me too. Those old Route Master buses are a childhood memory, a much cherished one, in fact. In fact, amazingly enough, yeah, I guess they're finishing for the day. There's another one. I mean, I've seen them before, but I've never seen more than one at once, but there's actually a third one waiting at the lights. You can see it there. He's going to come out in a moment and turn, what's it going to be for him? Left, go over the bridge. See, this is part of the reason. You guys, half the time, you're educating me as I'm trying to, trying to help with the images from London. That's one thing I really do appreciate. You guys, googling or telling me about things that you know, or correcting mistakes that I made. It's very much a two-way process. This, I can provide the video and as much narration as I want, but it's great to be corrected or to find out things that I don't know myself, and I really do like that. In fact, a lot. This interactive part of it is very much a two-way process. A second, let's wait for this bus to come out and turn. So yeah, we've got 3 of them actually. Buses often come along in 2s in London, but to see 3, especially the old route masters. Good evening, joining from the US, welcome. Oh, he's going a different way, wait. Okay, so the tour's still on. I stand corrected. It said on the front actually that he's going to Paddington, and there's a picture of Paddington Bear on the back, so I guess that would add up. Okay, let's have a look, see if I can actually go that far up without dropping the camera. 1 second. Yeah, it's beautiful. Welcome joining from Liverpool, and welcome if you're joining from the Philippines. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, so we're coming down toward Parliament Square. You guys hopefully can see that and read that on the sign in the middle here. Yeah, we could do, it's a good point actually. If I come to Liverpool, we could do Merseyside and St Helens. I wonder though, I'd be very keen to know how people would respond on the camera. I really would genuinely be keen to see that. Interesting decor on this bus, look at that. I'm not quite sure what K-Way is, but obviously K-Way have sponsored the bus to have their livery on it. I have no clue what K-Way is. Never seen it like that before. Very unusual, unique perhaps. Okay, that, as you can see behind the bus, that's Westminster Station, just through there. Westminster Tube Station. Okay, so let's get back. We'll definitely get much better views of Westminster Abbey than we did the other day, because it's always beautifully lit at night. It would. The only issue with doing another city, I mean, I did mention, I think on Friday, I'm going to do Oxford at some point very soon, because I know it literally as well as I know London. I know Oxford very well. I lived there for many years. The issue with doing another city is not so much about, how people would respond and so on. People are generally friendly everywhere. It's more about me actually knowing where I'm going in another city. To know it intimately enough to be walking around with the cameras without having to keep stopping, getting lost because I have no idea where I am. That's the only issue. This is the rear side of Westminster Abbey. I'm going to cross over into the square itself. We've got nobody telling us to worship Jesus today, unfortunately, though. I guess Sunday's his day off. We're going to go this way in a moment when we've looked at the Abbey. That's Whitehall. That'll go past Downing Street. I don't. No, I'm not an accredited tour guide, and nor would I wish to take business away from established tour guides in London. The famous phone box. Wow. I mean, the first time ever, for anyone that was watching on Friday, and I pointed out that this phone box here, on the corner of Whitehall and Parliament Square, is London's most famous phone box. But, and I'm guessing it's because of the weather this evening, it's deserted. Look, there's no one there. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. Oh, someone just arrived. Look at the moment I put the camera down and said there's no one there, someone arrives ready to set it up for a photo shoot, as always. Yeah, I guess they're just going to take some quick pictures. They got lucky, actually. It's always got someone in it, or near it, or a queue of people waiting to use it. Yeah, the lighting is so much better, actually, here. Once we're away from those exceedingly bright lamps on the bridges, yes, it's dark, but we have much clearer conditions. If what you're seeing is even close to what I'm seeing in the camera, then it's fine with me. A few people here actually taking some pictures and stuff and trying to read the names on the statues. Yes, the Churchill statue was the first as I crossed over. It's the first one. It's the closest statue physically to the House of Parliament. View from the middle of Parliament Square, looking back toward the Palace of Westminster and Big Ben. We've still got the fuzzy clock face, but hey, it is what it is. I think even a DSLR would struggle unless we had proper night lenses. One moment. They clean the clock up so well. That gold clock face, add in the light, yeah, it's giving us that massive blur. 1 second. It does look spectacular during the daytime, as we saw on Friday. Yep. I've got 6 seconds to get across before I die. 3, 2, 1. You just made it. Okay, great. Yep, all good. And here we are, still on Parliament Square. We're heading back. And that's what you call lighting. That's how to do lighting. Am I right, guys? Look at this. That's how you illuminate a building after dark. Subtly. It actually looks better now than it did during the Christmas period, to be honest. Yeah, that is breathtaking. It's not the best view. We're going to see the best view, the best aspect is just along here. But that's also a pretty good aspect. The purple lighting, which we've got over to the right-hand side, is nothing terribly exciting. I'm pretty sure it's the Queen Elizabeth Centre. It's just a sort of a corporate meeting point. Queen Elizabeth Centre, Queen Elizabeth Hall, something like that. Still looks a little Christmassy. It's coming up a little bit more blue on the camera than it actually is. It's more mauve violet actually. The best bit about being out and about in the centre, especially around this area at night, as you guys, anyone's watching on Friday, the sheer volume of people during the day at the major tourist locations is a little bit deterring at times. In the summer is going to be an absolute nightmare. Plus I do, as I mentioned before, I do like the lighting at night. I've always had a little bit of a fascination with neon for some odd reason. Childhood trauma perhaps. Perhaps I had a neon light in my bedroom when I was a kid. I have no idea, to my shame guys, what that is. It's another, I mean, it looks like it kind of looks churchy. It's certainly not cathedral. I don't know what that is. If anyone wants to Google if they're curious enough, I don't know what that building is. Okay, so here we are. Something for a visit for Friday, but obviously that was during the daytime. This is at night. I'm going to walk slowly back so we get all of it in the frame. Because there's an awful lot to get in the frame, as you guys can see. Second, it's going to be obscured for a moment by the monument. Now that's better, isn't it? Almost there. Got a bit more space behind me until I end up in the road. 1 second. Time now, it's just before 7 PM here in London. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've got enough space to get the entire Abbey in the frame. Bingo. Gosh, if only Big Ben were that crystal clear, eh? That really is perfect. The lighting is wonderful. I can't quite make out, even with my eyes, what's the flag? Can't quite see that. If anyone knows, great. I have no idea. It's not. Actually, I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it's a national flag. But yeah, that's really beautiful. After dark, it's very beautiful. It's taking a picture. I've tried to hold it as stably as possible. Bear in mind this is the tripod is in my hands right now. That's it. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Okay, so that's Westminster Abbey. I didn't know what's through here actually. It's closed. I can't go in there, but I'll ask them. I'll ask the guards. It's Dean's Yard. Through here. What's in? I know I can't go in, but what's in there, guys? What's through? It's a school. Oh, okay. Oh, so of course it's Westminster, isn't it? Is it? Oh yeah. Sorry, of course it is. Cheers. Okay, so through that arch, which explains why some people are going in, but I can't. That's Westminster School. London's most famous. John, come on, wise up. London's most famous school for boys. Perfect place to send your son if one, you can get a place, and two, you've got about, I think from recollection, Westminster School is probably between 30 and 40,000 pounds per year. Imagine that, guys. So do the math. What would it cost to send your kids to Westminster School for 6 or 7 years? That's basically the price of a deposit on a house in London. Yeah, Dean's Yard, exactly. It does, in fact. London always looks very Harry Potter-esque. It's true. It's the gift shop. Yeah, in fact, they haven't actually changed the display since Christmas. How lazy of them. Yeah, they've still got Christmas gifts and fake snow in the window panes. Literally. But to be honest, who would spend a night in the Abbey alone for, say, I don't know, £10,000, and you have to stay in, even if there's a ghost or something bad happens or you get spooked out, you're locked in all night anyway. I don't think I would do it actually. I think I'd be too scared. Okay, yeah, interesting how the lighting changes the colour that the building looks on the camera. As we approached it, it looked far more blue. As I mentioned, it's definitely purple. Still quite pretty though, even though it's just a corporate building. Oh. Big Ben doing its thing again. A little bit of construction. This is just like this green thing in front is just a little cafe tea shop that's open during the day. Okay, we're going to jump across the road. Big Ben is really having fun tonight. That said, it's 1900 hours here, so of course it's chiming for 7 p.m. That's the other great view along the side of the Abbey. I'm going to cross over, see how busy or otherwise the phone box is or isn't. Whilst there's a gap in the traffic, and we're going that way anyway. Back again, we can see where we were before. Even though it looks miles away right now, the London Eye is not as far as it looks. Okay, good. Behind me. This is another classic viewpoint, so we can see somebody's already here taking a picture of it. It's remarkable, isn't it? Where are you from?
Italy.
From Italy.
Yeah, but I used to live here 2 years, so I know very well, but every time it's like the first time.
This is how you know the best spot. I mean, this is the best spot for people who don't know.
Absolutely.
100%.
You go there.
Where the phone box is.
Yeah, I don't know the name. The round.
Oh, the London Eye.
Yeah. If you go there.
Don't worry. That's where I started tonight. I live in London. I know.
Perfect. Because it was the moon inside of. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. It's spectacular, isn't it?
My heart.
Enjoy, absolutely. Bye bye. So we have an Italian lady there, Italian girl there, who used to live here. You can hear from the enthusiasm in her voice. She still comes out to take pictures. Broad Sanctuary. Yeah, she still comes out to take pictures, even though she's seen the view hundreds of times. And you can understand why. I mean, come on, it's amazing. Even better when I sort out some kind of phone night light filter. I've got a night noise reduction filter on the 4K camera, but I don't know if there is such a thing available for a phone. I'll figure it out. If there is, I'll get one. Okay, we're heading back across Parliament Square, this time the south side of Parliament Square, toward where we're going, which is Whitehall. The clock just sort of cheekily peering through there. In fact, the colour of the sky is being picked up pretty well. It's accurate. Okay, we're going to cross over, go past the phone box, and then we're going to turn onto Whitehall, and the buildings there will be looking absolutely wonderful after dark. Again, I have no idea what this is. And obviously we can't go in because it's closed anyway, but that looks pretty wonderful, whatever's in there. Again, look at the architecture. Wow. Just a typical evening stroll in London. Okay, that's the loneliest phone box. That's the one that feels underappreciated and underloved. Oh, here we go. There's someone in this one, but he's busy on the phone. An important international call. I think he's discussing the terms of the peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia. It's the Foreign Office. Oh, that makes sense actually. That of course is the side or back entrance though to the Foreign Office. Filipino ladies there. Okay, so say goodbye to the clock for this evening, guys, and we're going to turn around onto Whitehall. Yeah, that light pollution. Ah, God. Bing. Too many street lamps. Anyway, there we are. So, turning here onto Whitehall, to Westminster Station. Am I walking east? That's a very good question. Wait, let me think of where I am. Yes, I am thinking about it. I'm looking down Whitehall from Parliament Square now. That means to my right hand side, obviously, is Westminster Bridge with the House of Commons behind me. So yes, I'm walking eastbound right now, absolutely. No, walking east, 100% walking east. If I'm walking along Whitehall from Parliament Square to Trafalgar Square, is that not walking east? East or north or northeast? I mean, it's going to be one of them. Actually, the building on the corner is the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport. Yeah, quite grand actually. Wait, but on the other side, the next building is HM Revenue and Customs. Now bearing in mind that is the first building on the corner here, that means, I'm guessing, unless the Foreign Office has a separate entrance, let's have a look at the different buildings as we go along. But it seems that that building with the grand gates wasn't the Foreign Office, unless it's a separate entrance perhaps into the Foreign Office. Oh, you work you work there. Can you get some sort of privileged access to inspect the interior architecture? I can wear like a tradesman's overalls and pretend I'm there to paint the ceiling or something. Okay. The phone box looks, the colours look dead on. I mean, that phone box looks super perfectly red right now to me. What do you think, guys? Yeah? Exactly, yeah, normally a queue for the phone box. So, working in the Foreign Office, I hope I haven't got the Foreign Secretary secretly tuning in. Bidding. 1 second. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. It does say stop, but it seems that there are no... Is it okay to go in? Yeah? Thank you. Oh wow, look at that. Not much here to see, guys, but I've never just walked in. He gave me the thumbs up, the security guy. I didn't see him sitting in there. I don't know where this goes at the end, but you know, we're here now, so why not? We will be doubling back anyway. But again, you know, these buildings, okay, yes, they're government buildings, but they are absolutely beautiful. I like that. I mean, as you can see, there's not a soul here. There's only a single vehicle. It's absolutely deserted. We've got a few lights on. Yeah, I never like to just wander in and assume I've got some sort of, you know, entitlement to film. So very kind of him to give me the thumbs up and say, hey, go in. Right, okay, so here we are with the matching gates on the other side. Now, if this is the Foreign Office, then one, why is it not signed as such? And secondly, that means half the building is 2 other departments entirely. And the only sign we've got is a height limit one. One second, what's the other side? No, same thing. Why is it not signed, actually, this building? Curious. Magnificent, though. I mean, the gates are beautiful. Oh, the Foreign Office is the opposite side. Okay, that makes sense. Here we go. This is far more official. Sorry, somebody mentioned there was a Foreign Office on the corner. Again, I don't know Whitehall anywhere near as well as I probably should. So it's a learning process. Obviously, I can't go in. There's a gate down. And I dare say that if I did try and go in, I would. I'd probably one of those first people on the way to Rwanda. Hello. Deported.
It's not allowed.
I'm very sorry. I will not film. Apologies. It's only for TikTok. Don't worry. It's nothing else. Okay, there we are. See, I almost got in trouble. And whoever points out that this building is in fact the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, you are indeed correct. Okay, so now I know. So the first building is the Department for Culture and Media. Right next to it is HMRC, the Customs building, and this building, which is the second main building as you walk along Whitehall, is indeed the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. So thank you very much, guys, for clarifying that. Okay. One friendly guy, hey, thumbs up, go in. Other guy, you're not allowed to film. Get the hell out of here before I shoot you. Okay, let's walk back towards the arches. Makes sense though. I mean, I can understand. I mean, it's a high security building, so yeah. But I didn't actually go in and film. I was filming from a public highway again, so I wonder, strictly speaking, if I refused to turn the camera off, what would happen? But hey, no need for unnecessary confrontation. Okay, back we go onto Whitehall. Ta-da, there we are. Turn around down the steps, turn right. That's the back of number 10. Even if I were to get close to number 10, I'm obviously not going to get anywhere near the door itself. Looking back towards Parliament Square, there's not a single poor piece of architecture along the entire length of Whitehall. It's all equally wonderful, as you guys can see. As we walk away from Parliament Square, we're walking toward Trafalgar Square. Yep, absolutely right, thank you. Cenotaph here on my right hand side. Welcome, joining from Thailand. Glad to hear that you love London. I bet you don't love London as much as I love Thailand. I always watch walking videos in Bangkok because of that amazing lighting. Okay, I'm not going to be too intrusive with the camera here, for obvious reasons. Last view of the wheel as it peeks through the buildings there. London Eye. On my left is Downing Street. No crowds. And no police standing. Oh, actually, wait, I spoke too soon. Wait. That's Downing Street. Police, armed police, etc. I'm going to pause very briefly so I don't get upset. Okay, that's it. You would love to see my face. I mean, you really wouldn't. Let me give you the closest thing I can think of that resembles my face. If you Google a picture of a baboon, okay, and then look at the backside of a baboon, that's what my face looks like. You're not missing much, trust me. Okay, that's the Monument to Women. Yeah, I mean, you can't for two reasons. One, Downing Street is not particularly well illuminated. You saw the two armed police officers there. I'm pretty sure that if I went up to the gate, they would tell me to get lost or switch the camera off. Plus, there's no way of getting onto Downing Street itself. TikTok live. People always happy to say hello. Hola, joining from Spain. This is one of my favourite buildings, this one here. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, the light is just exploding out with the camera. Magnificent. It's amazing. Beautiful. Yeah, it's a rare thing indeed to see a new building that looks anything like that. Why is the city clean? To be honest, it's always clean. Central London is always very, very, very clean. There's always an army of people out. Obviously, Horse Guards is deserted. No horses. Guys, I'm sorry. No horses. However, we can, as we did on Friday, I'm not going to miss it while I'm here, but only very briefly today because we have other things to see. We can, unless I'm mistaken, no, there's no one here. We can have a look at the old Admiralty Building. That's the gate into the stables for the horses. Yeah, the chain is still down. They haven't locked up yet. Look at that, isn't it wonderful? You kind of, hey, what's through there? Where is he going? It's some magic undiscovered place. I hope you can hear as well that my voice is changing as I walk through the arches here. These very, very, very thick stone arches. That noise, the crunchy noise, love it. I was here on Friday, but as again, I'm emphasising the fact that actually, you know what, guys, it actually does look far better in daylight. The old Admiralty Building is only modestly lit at night. I thought and was expecting. I mean, it's still a glorious, grand building, but yeah, you can't pick up the colours. The top is red brick, the bottom is lime or sandstone, and then we have the old fort on the corner there, which is in fact now a museum. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, we walk past it anyway, but it's definitely a lot better in the daylight, without a shadow of a doubt. Still, we got to walk through the mysterious tunnel. I have to love that. Almost like I'm watching it on the screen. It's like in a horror movie like the Blair Witch Project. It's kind of what's going to happen to the host next. Is he going to be demonically possessed, or is there a monster waiting to devour him? Okay. Yeah, so obviously lots of cameras and so on. Lots of gates, all of which are closed. That is the guard's shop, if anyone wants to buy a cuddly toy horse or a cuddly toy guard on a horse. But to be honest, I mean, yes, it's different to the daytime, and of course it's nice to be here with the guards and stuff. But it is beautiful. I'm so glad this is the first time you're seeing it. Yeah, it is beautiful at night too. Even when it's deserted, there is a certain serenity when places like this are empty. Beautiful. Can I speak with an American accent for a bit? I mean, I could try, but I would fail miserably. Oh, there we go. Out we come. Ta-da! Back onto Whitehall. In fact, it was exactly at this point, the last time, when we were walking along here on Friday, that, that these guys came up and said, we're watching ourselves on your TikTok while we're walking past you. Which was definitely a treasured moment, I must say. I can't think why you'd go to central London to walk around and look at everything and then watch TikTok and try and find a stream of the place that you're seeing with your own eyes when you're actually there. It kind of defeats the purpose. But very sweet. In fact, the gimbal hasn't misbehaved this evening, which is a miracle. I'm in shock. But in a second, I am going to plug in the phone when we get to the top here. Actually, wait, I didn't notice that before either. I don't know if you can make it out right in the middle of the frame. That's what is it? I mean, it's a support fundamentally. You remember before when we were at the London Eye at the beginning, and I said there's Hungerford Bridge, which is a footbridge and a rail bridge. That at the bottom of the street there in the middle, that's one of the illuminated supports for the bridge. Again, I never ever noticed that before. Just caught my eye. Looked like a firework. Yeah, I guess that's a permanent site. I can't believe that was accidental. I mean, look how perfectly aligned it is in the centre along there. Amazing. Bus is actually quite busy, in fact, even this time of the evening on a Sunday. I don't know where everyone's going, but which bus is this? This is number 11. Number 26, Whitehall. Okay. Actually, wait, I'm not even sure what this is. CCTV on... Oh, wait, there's a guard right there. In fact, I can't... He's literally to my left. See that sort of illuminated box there to my left? There's a guard sitting in there. I just put one foot up and he glared at me. I don't know what that is, but obviously I'm not going to go up to the gate because he's going to growl. Welcome, anyone just joining. We are on Whitehall here in central London, and in front of us, as I'm sure many of you will already know, is Trafalgar Square. Yep, it's Sunday evening. The streets are far from empty. This has been the easy part. Wait until we get into the centre. You know, this is the quiet part. Then forget about the other side of Trafalgar Square. We're going to go past St Martin in the Fields. Then we've got Theatreland and Charing Cross Road. It's going to be busy, as it always is, 100% when we get there. Wow, from Finland, welcome. Greetings if you're joining from Finland. Okay, on Friday's stream we were here in Trafalgar Square for a long time. This evening we're going to make a very brief tour around the square, plug in the kit, and then we're going to carry on the walk. As I mentioned, I think at the beginning, I'm also filming this with a secondary camera in 4K, so I'm trying not to have pauses and so on as we did in the last time. I don't know if she said something to me in French. I don't know what she said. Like, stop filming me, or can I have your number right now? I don't know which of those two she said to me, but never mind. Okay, cross over the road even though it's red. Boom. Over we go. I'm getting massive deja vu after Friday's live stream where we spent a long time at the end here in Trafalgar Square. That's Admiralty Arch, which I don't think I did focus on last time. Unfortunately, that has been sold. It's being converted into a luxury hotel, would you believe? It was sold, I think, again you're welcome to Google it, to the Qatari Investment Authority. So Harrods, the Shard, Admiralty Arch and several other London landmarks are owned by the Qatari Investment Authority now. Some of London's very best architecture and very best lighting coming up as we cross over. Being very careful here, 1 second. Multiple streams of traffic. Good evening, Lord Nelson. Sitting up there happily at the top of his column tonight, as usual. Wait 1 second. Oh, somebody's literally just ran across in front of the bus, but I think it's about to change to green anyway. It is. Hi everyone, sorry I'm not ignoring anyone saying hello or wherever you're from. There's so many comments, and I'm obviously trying not to die when I'm crossing over the street. So this is going to be a very, very quick walk around Trafalgar Square, a quick equipment check, and then we'll get into the what will likely be the busier part of the walk in terms of the number of people, Charing Cross Road, etc. Yeah, maybe have a little look at Chinatown while we're there. In fact, Trafalgar Square is beautifully deserted tonight. It's beautiful. Yes, Kat, I'm just 1 second, let me just scroll down. That's done. You're now added as a mod, Kat. Thank you very much for offering to help out. Pamela does an amazing job, but no such thing as too many mods, especially if the streams get more popular. Thank you very much for your support. Okay, there we are. I know, it's so tempting. One day I'm going to come here and just put the camera here and record for 3 hours in 4K and just put that on YouTube. Like, you know, that kind of relaxing fountain music noise video or whatever. Some of those videos have got millions of views on YouTube. Just literally somebody puts a tripod there, films in 4K for 3 hours, puts it on YouTube. I never thought of doing it. In fact, I actually will do that, because these are things that I love to look at myself, and that will be, I'd happily do that on the TV in the background in 4K, because you can't get bored of looking at it, can you really? Plus you've got the noise of the water. Okay, I have just made a wish. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, because then it won't come true. It's 7:24 in the evening. Okay, whilst we're here in the middle, I'm going to put, everything's going to seem to drop down. You're still going to be able to see, don't worry. It's only so that I can plug everything in. Actually, let's go to the steps and do it, it'll be easier. The phone that you guys are watching on is at 6%, so it's getting precariously close to running out, but it's fine, don't worry. It's not going to run out, I won't, the screen dimmed, 5%. Hold on, I'm going to run over to the bench, literally. Look. 1 second. Wait, where can I put this? Everything's wet. Oh my goodness me. 1 second, guys. I'm going to pop that down so you can still see, and I'm going to plug that in right now. Sorry, it went from 10% to literally like nothing very quickly. 1 moment, let me plug it in. Boom. Oh. Just a second, guys. Okay, that's now plugged in and charging. It hit 3%, so we made nice, we made it. Literally hit 3%. The only problem is I've now realised my hand's all over the 4K stream. See, I told you this would be a bad idea. Anyway, wait, not to worry. It's simply the first go, so let's see. And the gimbal's plugged in too. So even if the other stream does break, the live will not. There we are. So we're plugged in. Oh, good lord. We actually... The camera is at 1%, can you imagine? It's plugged in, I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you, Kat, that's very, very kind of you. I'm going to stay exactly here for a moment. Wait, the phone actually says 0% battery. It's plugged in, it's charging. 1 second, I'm not going to move from here just in case it cuts off. I don't think it will. Could you imagine that? I mean, seriously. Don't worry, guys, even if it does cut off, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I think it'll be okay. Let's walk back up the steps. How extraordinary is that? I mean, literally, it is at 0%. Bizarre or what? Wait, we're at the top of the steps now. Hold on. And there's a great spot here, in fact, to plunk the tripod down. and just double check that everything's okay before we go on. I don't want any breaks and I don't want to have to pause this at all. Okay, so the tripod is in a nice high spot right now. I'm going to wait until it hits 1%. It is charging, don't worry, it's not going to cut out. That's it. I'm going to leave it on that beautiful view just for a moment or two. This is Trafalgar Square. What an amazing spot to run out of power. Yep, I'm going to leave it here until we hit 1%. My phone says 0% on this phone, which is very odd that it hasn't cut off. But anyway, doesn't really matter. It's still going. That's what matters. It is beautiful. Yeah, it's spectacular. Other phones absolutely fine, guys. We're not going to run out of data. Got 58% on phone number 2. So I'll charge this one up to 50% as we're walking, and then I can plug it into the other phone. I must remember that, just taking the tripod down off the wall, I must remember that actually. Every time it gets close to 10%, I must plug in. Every time I make the same error. Apologies guys, I would have been very upset if we'd lost the stream. But I think we're good. In fact, the sky is so clear, because it was raining all day, that it really is beautifully, beautifully clear. Not just on the camera, the view itself, you have sparkling clear tonight. Sensational. It is, yeah. It looks like we're good. It's still sitting, it still says, I've got the charging icon, it is charging, it's still saying 0%. I just want it to tick to 1. So at least here it's quiet and I can quickly then sit down, plug everything in, restart the stream. I'm sure we're going to be fine. I'm standing in Trafalgar Square looking at the moment, this right in front of me is the National Gallery. The wing that I'm focusing on now is the side of the National Portrait Gallery, that part. And the church just beyond is the very famous St. Martin in the Fields. So yeah, Trafalgar Square, this is me looking up the steps, National Portrait Gallery, Canada House, if you guys can see the Canadian flags over that side. Yep, Chinatown is where we're heading next, folks. I think, oh bingo, we just hit 1%, so we're good. We're not going to lose the stream. Excellent. I get way too involved in these streams chatting with you guys, and it's like, oh my god, the power, no, my phone is screaming, save me. I can't believe it actually held on from 0% while it recharged back up to 1%. That was a bit of luck, wasn't it? Wow, 1952, that's incredible. One second, there we go. Let's focus that a little bit more in the centre, which is where I want it to be. Okay. What's the star on the floor? I didn't actually even notice it, so it's very hard to comment. The star on the floor, apologies, sorry, I wasn't focusing at that moment. But if you guys can see, a lot of people sort of walking toward me, so I'm being careful. The pavement here is a little bit more narrow, so I don't want to smash into anybody because I'm not concentrating, especially as they're all girls. Okay, let's carry on. Hey, welcome. Anyone just joining, welcome, and good evening wherever you are and whatever time it is where you live right now. What we're going to do, in fact, it's not going to take us out of our way. I do like this sort of, teaser part of Covent Garden. One second, let's walk across while we have the good fortune of the lights. You like this actually, we've got some beautiful lighting coming up. See, everyone earlier saying that, oh, there's no one outside, it's deserted. Oh no, it's not. Might have been a little deserted where we were before, but it certainly isn't now. That's it. Still got a little bit of Christmas residue on this street.
Is that the same?
What's the set? Is intro?
Hey, anyone still want to tell me it's not busy? In fact, it's so busy I can't even fit through. Wait, I'm going to need to... this jam of people. I can't get through there. 1 second. Huge number of people who are either queuing to get into Mother Goose or queuing to get out of Mother Goose and I can't quite figure it out. Either that or somebody famous is nearby. It's completely packed at the back here. Not to mention the cars coming down the street looking at me like, hey, excuse me. I prefer generally to walk along here actually before we cut through. Somebody trying to... What? Huh? He's trying to hail... What, is that his Uber? Actually, maybe it is. He's trying to hail a private car. It's like, hey, give us a lift, please, we'll pay you. Yeah, sorry, I got lost focus there. So yes, I prefer to go up this way and then cut across at the top here, left, which will then bring us out at Leicester Square. Oh, that was the loudest sneeze in London right there to my right. Almost made me drop the tripod. Yeah, there are. I mean, those phone booths are only ubiquitous here in the centre, obviously for touristic reasons. I like this view actually here, down St Martin's Court. It's also, this is St Martin's Court. I don't know if you can see it up there on the sign, just up on the right hand side of the frame there near the top. St Martin's Court. That's better. Oopsie. Sorry guys, the cable is moving a teeny bit, as usual. Gimbal always plays up when it's on charge because we've got a cable coming out. I need to buy a U-shaped cable actually, that will resolve that. See, it's jigging around, I have to keep resetting it manually, but it's fine. Still good focus. And hopefully the picture is very clear for you guys. It looks clear for me, so I'm happy. Be interesting actually when I get back tonight to compare the two sets of footage because I can rewatch the live on TikTok, but at the same time I've got this 4K that I'm recording on another camera Hopefully that will come out crystal clear. Other than that moment when I had plugged the cables in and probably put my hand over the screen, but anyway, you know, people are always dropping umbrellas and stuff. Okay, so this is Cranbourne Street, and I like this street because this is where we link through. This is where, you know, Neon Universe begins. Actually, there's another reason I like this street. This Pret right here, you know, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows better, I think this is the only Pret that's open until 11 o'clock every night of the week here in central London. It's notoriously difficult to get something simple to eat or drink late at night, especially on a Sunday. But yeah, this Pret is always open super late, which is great, you know, for a quick stop to refuel. Just waiting for the cars to finish coming past me, and then we'll go across. Actually, wait, let's just walk along a teeny bit. Sorry, there's an Uber delivery driver coming now. Sorry, it's Deliveroo. 1 second. That's better. Okay, let's go into the chaos. It's odd because it feels like it's really late at night, but it's not. I mean, it's only 7:38 right now, and I can already hear that there are performers still active in Leicester Square. Let's go and see who's performing and what they're performing and whether there's crowds or not. There will be people, there always are, but let's see if there are a lot of people. So yeah, here we are, Leicester Square station, as you guys can see. Boom. Again, we might get occasional jiggy images, simply because, as I mentioned before, the phone is plugged in. Okay, we're at 3%, so we're going to have to wait a little while before I can unplug it again. It will jig a tiny bit because of the cable, but I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm focusing solely on the live stream, not on the recording, so it should be good. Okay, breaking the traffic. Right, into the chaos we go. Don't worry, you're not on it. Dorman covering his face there. They don't like to be filmed. I wasn't intentionally filming him, but there we are. He's fine. That said, I mean, he's in a public place. It's his choice. Notice we've still got a slight Christmas theme going on here in Leicester Square. How do you move to London from USA? Join Tinder. Use Passport, match with cute girls in London, and see if any of them want to marry you and give you a spouse visa. Then you can relocate. Was he singing something sugar? Second.
Okay, London, one more time. No. Will you guys sing that with me? No. Thank you. One more time. No. What about this one? Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back, no. Hit the road, back no more. Just say, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Oh woman, don't you genius to me. You're the meanest old woman that I ever seen. And I guess if you say so, have to pack my things and go. That's right. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more. No. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Come on, 'cause I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me after all. I'm only human after all.
If my name were Jack, I would be taking his comments personally.
I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
Sorry guys, I couldn't hear myself think. See, you probably couldn't hear me speak.
Every day I'm in London, I think.
Hit the road, Jack. I guess that was my cue to move on with the walk. They've still got. It can't still be open, surely. This is the Christmas fair. This wooden wall. Oh my God, actually, wait. I think it's still open. I mean, seriously, they still have the Christmas fair open. Wait, let's have a look. Literally, 1 second. Well, I mean, they had the Christmas lights. I guess the fair is. Wait, we're here. Let's. I've seen this Christmas fair about 15 times already. It gets less Christmassy with each visit, but let's see. Oh wait, they're closing the gates. 1 second. Let's see if we're going to get it in. About to close. Closing. Sorry?
No, you're right.
Ah, thank you. Okay, we just made it, guys. Look at that. They're just closing the gates. Lucky. Yeah, everything's being packed up already. I'm actually surprised that it's still here. I thought by now that they would have finished. That it would have been done. So this really is going to be the absolute final Christmas moment in central London, I think, for this year. It's odd, actually, how Christmassy it still seems here and looks. Look, still got it's Alpine-inspired chalets and stuff. I'm like, what? I can't believe this is still here. I really thought it would have been done and packed away by now. How odd is that? I mean, the lighting's good though. That's the main thing. It's pretty to look at, without a doubt. Little Christmas pancake shop. Just in case anyone didn't have enough mulled wine or pancakes or anything else Christmassy in the last 2.5, 3 weeks. This is the soon-to-be gone Christmas fair, which is right bang in the centre of Leicester Square here in London. I honestly didn't think this would still be here. I mean, I was here a few days ago, and they were kind of starting to pack it up. So the fact that it's still open is just, well, it's odd. I guess they're trying to wring every last tourist penny that they can before they officially close it. It's so funny to be streaming Christmas themed video to you guys. We're way past Christmas. That said, we've got some delicious looking. What have we got here? 1 second. Let's have a little closer look. This licorice fudge. Is that coconut ice fudge? A lemon fudge. Mince pie, just in case you haven't had enough Christmassy themed food. And then we've got some lemon ice fudge. Time here now in London is 19:45, so 7:45 p.m. Yeah, it's looking very Christmassy, guys. Look, chocolate kiss we've got here. Extraordinary. I mean, seriously. But yeah, they're sort of clearing up now. I think we were literally the last through the gates. That was very lucky. Makes sense. They probably actually closed the gates at 8 o'clock, which is in 15 minutes from now. I really think this would be long gone. Some of the stores have finished and closed. Actually, they're already done for now. But others are still, yeah. I mean, obviously people want hot food, as I mentioned earlier. It's actually quite hard to find decent places, even to get street food, on a Sunday evening in the centre of London. Peculiar but true. Unlike other cities, like Paris or Moscow, it's easy to eat pretty much 24 hours a day. Actually, we've got Avatar 2 showing at the cinema behind, which I think is an Odeon actually. And we've got sort of Christmassy themed bits and bobs here. We've even got a Christmas tree. Look, London's last Christmas tree. French crepes, etc. Hot chocolate. Look at the lighting. In fact, the buildings behind look even more amazing than where I'm standing. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, you can see, look, they're closing the gates here. So the other gate is already shut, so no one's going in or out there. Last people out, like, hey, get out. Last ones. So we're gonna get locked in here. We're gonna be stuck in here all night streaming Christmas-themed material until my data or battery will both run out. Wait, what else? We've got a Santa toy shop over here. 1 second. It's a mac and cheese shop, Mac Shack. And we've got lots of very cute toys. In fact, with people's faces on them. And we've got, going over this way. Okay, so I need to go out the way we came in because the other gate's locked. Anyway, that 100% this time is going to be the very last residue of Christmas in London. If I come back here next weekend and it's still here, I'm going to be shocked. Oh wait, somebody left their umbrella here. Maybe they'll come back for it. Do you want to take it or? Is it theirs? Do you want me to give it to them or? Sorry guys, somebody left their umbrella. Oh, it's his. Okay, great. He was reunited with his umbrella. So wait, chocolate kiss, crepes, Alpine chalet. I mean, can you imagine? We're actually looking at Christmas footage in the middle of January. Well, okay, it's not the middle of January, but I mean, you know, it's firmly after Christmas. Okay, let's escape before we're locked in an eternal Christmas nightmare. Oh wait, actually, hold on a second. Oh wait, they're letting people out, but yeah, they literally closed the gates. Look, what remarkably fortuitous timing. I think they're going to let us out anyway. I was going to say, I'm sorry, you were last in. You need to stay there all night. That's your punishment. Oh wait, there's a small gap. Got the lights though. Beautiful, no? Amazing. That's it, guys. Bye-bye Christmas. It's over for this year. Everyone's favourite pastry shop, Greg's. 1 second, let me just see if there's another performer. If there isn't, if it's the same guy as before, then we will head off into Chinatown. Power's looking decent overall, so yeah, 7%, that's good. Yeah, interesting. That's definitely one word to describe London. It certainly is interesting. At the same time, and I'm only going to show you this very briefly, guys. They won't be able to see their faces, but no, there is another side to London. Look, this poor lady. You know, all of this wealth and all of the just the comforts of central London. But yeah, there is a massive homeless problem in the city. Oh wait, we've got one of the statues. Look. I could see his eyeballs moving. His eyeballs were moving 100%. He was like tracking me. He's like, "Don't you dare stop and film me." Anyway, we got enough. Wait, what have we got here?
Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, on a little cheeky clap, London, bring it back. Here we go. All right.
1 second, everyone. Just need to plug in the other thing.
Can't you see you love and hate your company? 'Cause I'm too broken to fix it up. You're not bipolar love, yeah. You're not bipolar love, yeah. You're not bipolar love. You're stuck there around. You're not bipolar love.
Goodbye, Christmas-themed Leicester Square. This is where things might get interesting. People are a little bit fussy in Chinatown and Soho. Let's see how we get on. 3 categories. Either I don't care about the camera, I care about the camera, I want to be on it, or don't film me. Anyway, let's see. Chinatown's super chilled, but yeah, Soho. Wait, I always forget about this. Again, you know, this completely illuminated neon environment, and all of a sudden you've got this arch going into the church, And this is, in fact, this is a French church. I didn't even know that. According to the Notre Dame de France, you guys can make that out. Walked past it 100 times, never even noticed actually it was a French Catholic church. Obviously I'm not going to go in. Some of you probably know I have an aversion to filming in or around religious places. It's a little disrespectful. So let's carry on into Chinatown, see what we can find. I always like to walk slowly in Chinatown, one because of the beautiful lights. Second, I sometimes like to look at what's in the windows food-wise. So I won't be dashing through, I'm going to go around slowly. Dragon Lounge at Empire Casino, I never noticed that actually. Not sure what the Dragon Lounge is, but... back in the centre of the frame. That's it. Also, a couple of weeks, guys, Chinese New Year here in London, and of course I will do my very best to be here in Chinatown over those days, because we will have dragons and all sorts of other things going on. So 100% I'll try to be here and capture it as best I can. I'm a huge fan anyway of Chinese food and Chinese culture, so being here to film it will be a pleasure. Again, the lights are beautiful, aren't they? I mean, those lights are just... I'm going to go here, back onto Leicester Square, only for a second, and you'll see why in a moment, because when I go round, we'll go through the main arch, which is kind of the official starting point of Chinatown. Chinatown here in London is very small anyway, but it's always nice to walk through the arch where it officially begins. You'll see what I mean when we get there. It's just literally just around the corner, the other side of this building. Now, Leicester Square is infested with casinos, unfortunately. Another one. There's the market we just came out of. You can see the guys have closed the gates now. That's definitely shut for the evening. 6 minutes time, everyone will be booted out. Here we've got the people. I'm not going to stick the camera in their faces. I'll sort of pan around very slowly. This is where people sit to have their portraits sketched. Tuk-tuk nightmare in front of us as usual. Beautiful colours, but yeah, these damn tuk-tuks. Thankfully they're quiet tonight. Anyway. Okay, now you see what I mean about having gone around the block. Bingo. Chinatown begins. And we can walk right through the middle. In fact, yeah, a lot of taxis available tonight actually. Also being careful of the cars behind me. How is I'm going to pause for a second, guys, get this right in the centre of the frame. How's the video quality? Now we've got a brilliant image here. Video quality looking really good, yeah? Give me a thumbs up if it's super crystal clear. Anyone making racist comments about Chinese or anyone else is not welcome. Yeah, remove anyone, please, mods, who is making any disparaging comments, whether serious or light-hearted. Not needed, not wanted. Go to someone else's stream. It looks good, thank you. I'm glad it looks good. It looks good for me, but obviously I can see it myself, so I'm just worried that it looks good for you guys. Set this taxi, get out of the way, and then we can go through. Oh, he's trying not to kill me. There we go. Okay, so there you can see the arch. It is, yeah. It's one of my, as you guys probably know from previous streams, it's literally one of my favourite places here in the centre. Thank you to everyone that's pointing out places as we go. If I miss questions, people asking or joining and asking where we are, and I'm missing, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just being careful because this is a very busy spot, and I don't want to bash into anyone. I'm holding quite a bit of kit in my hand here with the 2 cameras, so just being super careful tonight. So literally, the first time Chinatown at night for me is, it's one of the highlights of the centre here because those lanterns, magnificent. Plus, it's always crazy busy here, either with people eating before or after the theatre, and obviously people like to eat here before they go out and drink in Soho, which we're going to head towards shortly. But I'm not going to go sort of deep into Soho. I'm not going to go all the way to Carnaby Street tonight. Just around the Charing Cross Road area to get an idea of how busy it is. But for the moment, we're still comfortable here in Chinatown. This is Whitehall Street that we're on at the moment. As you guys can see, one of the most famous streets in W1 or Soho Chinatown area. As you can see, Whitehall Street, I hope you can make that out, I know it's a bit dark. Whitehall Street, written in English and also in Mandarin. Second guys. And this is Gerrard Street. This is sort of, I guess it's the main thoroughfare in some respects. I know the gate is back there where we just came through, but Gerrard Street is it's kind of the main strip, shall we say, here in Chinatown. Chinatown here in London is very small. It's literally just a handful of streets, a dozen streets. That's it. But this is definitely the main one. This is where all the restaurants are. And as you can see from the number of people that are coming through, it's something of a tourist trap. In a good way, I would say, in a good way. Oh, wait, here's Kowloon. It's one of my favourites as well. Let's have a look. The staff generally quite chill. Most are wearing masks anyway, as they still do in Chinatown. Yummy. Those red bean buns look so good. The lights as well. That red. The way the neon jumps with the red as well. It's the colours exploding on the screen. Love it. Plum Valley's another good one, by the way, on this side. And no one is sponsoring me. I'm not saying this because it's a sponsored post. Just places that I've been to, I'll point out. Just like the bakery around the corner. This is literally the busiest cash point. In fact, this one's always very busy. A couple of the HSBC cash points in central London give out £50 notes. This one, and the one on King's Road in Chelsea gives out £50 notes. There used to be a third one on Park Lane behind the Hilton, but they closed it. I don't know why. I don't know this restaurant. It's Dumplings Legend, it's called, but it's clearly popular. The staff are turning people away, actually. Yes, it's packed inside. Dumplings Legend. Lotus Garden's another one that's been here for as long as I can remember. They've got a great spot there out on the corner. I mean, it's this junction between Gerrard Street and Macclesfield Street, so of course it's a trap with that, you know, super bright red exterior. Plus their dim sum daily sign. Still in Gerrard Street. You see, it's still, I mean, it's 8 p.m. Yeah, it's still relatively early here. I don't think that even later it'll get much busier in central London, but it's busy enough. People know to head to Chinatown when they want some food. Even on a Sunday, there's always something open, quite literally. Okay to be on. Where are you from?
We're from the Netherlands.
You're from
The Netherlands.
From the Netherlands.
Yeah,
Welcome. Well, welcome to London. Obviously enjoying the wonders of Chinatown.
Wonderful.
Spectacular, isn't it?
It's wonderful. We just hope for more lights.
What else did you see since you've been here? Where else did you go?
We went to Wicked musical.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We went to how's it called? This room.
Dishoom.
The shoe.
Dishoom.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's
Recommend.
it's very famous here in London. Yeah.
It's so good.
Food is insane, isn't it? A little expensive, but worth it.
But totally worth it.
Yeah. Have you been? Let me think. Have you been to see Big Ben, Parliament Square, Whitehall? I'm trying to think. Where else would I recommend it? If you've seen those, what else have you seen? Tell me.
That's what we see. We go to the Harry Potter studios.
Ah, wow. Okay.
But, we like it.
Yeah.
We hope we enjoy it. But
We've seen Tower of London.
Tower of London,
London Bridge.
Tower Bridge.
Yes.
Yeah.
London Bridge was more than the Big Ben. The Big Ben was not. It was just like you seen it. It's like okay.
That's it. Done.
It was rainy. It was not the best day to see it. Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Did you guys take the river boat yet? No.
We see the riverboat. It was so rainy.
Yeah, those Uber boats that stop at all of the piers, you can jump on it, not very expensive, it'll take you under Tower Bridge and stop at Canary Wharf. 1 second from one of the best Chinese restaurants in London, Royal China. Not even cheaper than these restaurants, because you're not in the centre. Royal China, take the boat from either Westminster Pier or Embankment Pier and get off at Canary Wharf Pier. Amazing, you'll love it. It's a kind of the secondary business district in London. Amazing tall buildings. It's kind of like a mini Manhattan. It's something worth seeing. If you've seen all the tourist stuff in the centre, definitely worth heading to Canary Wharf. 100%.
Nice. Thanks.
No, my pleasure. It's good to meet you. Thank you for talking to everyone watching.
Very great here in London. Go to this room. Very nice man. Super nice.
You're too kind. Welcome, and I'm glad you liked it in London,
Thanks.
my home city. Thanks a lot, guys. You take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, so there we have it. Harry Potter Studios. I haven't had the pleasure, I must say. I've never been to the Harry Potter Studios. Super nice and friendly people. In fact, actually on Friday, the really nice guy that stopped with his son to talk to me on camera, he was also from Holland. So, you know, Dutch people, super friendly. Sorry guys if any questions are going unanswered. Again, I'm concentrating on not bashing into anyone while I'm filming, because I can't kind of look at the screen while I'm walking through. It doesn't look crazy busy, probably to you guys on the camera, but it is pretty busy here. Oh, and people keep stopping in front of me as well. Here we are, literally my favourite. Every time I stop here, sorry if I'm being a little repetitive, anyone that watches the streams regularly, literally a must-stop spot here in Chinatown, always, regardless. And again, no one sponsors me, I don't say this because I'm being paid to say it. Chinatown Bakery, absolutely amazing desserts. Always full, packed inside. Look, you can see massive number of people inside, completely full, and they also serve at the window, so it's always busy. And wait, let me show you why. That's made the pastries and stuff. 1 second, but you can see here in the glass cabinet. Wait, actually, wait, they're even looking for full-time staff. Maybe I should apply. Look, that's why it's popular. How good all of those desserts look, guys. Don't they look amazing? Yes, you probably did see them in there. I mean, it's literally my favourite as well. Not just here in Chinatown, but in London, full stop. Inexpensive, delicious. So you want to say, even the small stores, like the chap here sells homemade buns. Also great, you know, inexpensive. So people are trying to say hello to the camera. Inexpensive, very, very tasty. Gotta love Chinatown for so many reasons. Okay, so we're coming out of Newport Street, and this directly in front of me is Lisle Street. And we've kind of, in some ways, even unknowingly, got in a bit of a big circle, because here, in front of me again, we came from there when we finished walking past the theatres. That's the other entrance into Leicester Square station. If I were to go down there and turn right, that would take us back to where we just were on Leicester Square. So obviously we're not going to go that way. We're going to go the exact opposite way, along this street, and we should then emerge on Charing Cross Road, unless my geography is completely and utterly failing miserably. Let's see. Actually, this is always very popular. I'm not sure if you can see inside, it's packed. More delicious Chinese food. Chinese barber shop. And of course the mandatory bubble tea shop. What a surprise. Chinese medicine. Chinese dumplings. And we've got New Young Cheng. Very unhappy person looking at me, doesn't want to be filmed, but hey, not my problem. And this is probably the most famous, or certainly the most well-known Chinese supermarket here in Chinatown, Siwu. Actually, it's annoying it's closed. I always like to sort of, you know, pop the camera through the door, but no, it's closed. So unfortunately, guys, we're not going to be able to see Wu because yeah, it's shut. Hong Kong buffet. Tao Tao Ju here on the end. Very much, yeah. Now I've got a second to focus. As the pin message says, welcome anyone, wherever you are from, whatever time it is where you are now. Yeah, welcome to this TikTok live here in kind of reluctant to call it the West End. I mean, it is the West End of London, but you know, most people refer to the West End as being, you know, Oxford Street, Regent Street, blah blah blah. I mean, but this still counts as the West End. We're in central London, West Central London. Hence the fact that, as you can see on the sign, strictly speaking, at least from a geographical, cartographical point of view, sorry, I struggled with the word there, WC2 postcode, West Central 2. I'm not sure what this little place is over here. Nor am I going to film it because the guy looks very moody. Okay, so we're going to come back out Wardour Street and then we can head to Charing Cross Road. So we did walk this way before, but then we turned right. This time when we get to the top, we're going to turn left. Just in case you didn't realise it, guys, we're back where the arch is, where we first came in. So yeah, as I mentioned, this time we'll go up the street here, a little faster, and we'll go left. Well, actually, I'm going straight ahead, but then, you know, left at the top. 1 second. In fact, I think, wait, let's have a look. I think I can cut through Rupert Court. Let's see. If anything happens to me before I get back to busy location, guys, I hope one of you can send my last known location to the police. But it's like a little Chinese speakeasy, I guess. I'm not quite sure what that is. Rupert Court. Oh, Chinese barber shop. With the barber. Either somebody killed the barber or he's having a nap. People seriously littering here as well. Look at this. I'm not sure, in fact, where the pub is with the tree. It's a very good question. Okay, that brings us back out onto God knows where, but I'll figure it out. Oh, hold on, there we are. There we are. Boom. A lot of those little court streets in this area, mainly on the other side of Charing Cross Road in Soho. Yeah, lots of streets named Court. Very small, narrow, generally full of rubbish and other undesirable things.
You kill them with kindness. You're overly polite.
How can I do that?
You're overly polite.
Okay, so we're now at Shaftesbury Avenue, which a little way along there joins to Charing Cross Road. You can make that out over there above the theatre. Shaftesbury Avenue. So let's cross over. One moment. Being super mindful of the traffic here. 1 second. It's still red, but it should change in a second. They are the best bits of London, but as some of my previous videos have shown, the late night walks in Soho, you get some very moody people hanging around in those alleys sometimes, and some of those alleys are a dead end. So it's, yeah, I'm a little cautious, especially when I've got so much kit. Only takes one drunk idiot. 1 second. I clear one way but not the other now. Hold on. Sorry guys. The stream of traffic here is continuous. Okay, that'll do. That's safe enough for me. Find this way. Okay, let's go across. No cyclists. Nope, no cyclists. Right, we're safe. Okay. Directly in front of me, this is Rupert Street that we're now walking onto. Rupert Street in London's Soho. So we are officially, strictly speaking now, in Soho. This is the Gielgud Theatre on my right hand side. It's closed, obviously there's nothing on, no production on this evening. Still got a few sort of key neon points here in Soho, and even on a quiet night, to be honest, and it will be a quiet night because it's Sunday, the lights are still interesting and worth a look. 100%, I would say. But yeah, I'm already noticing, in fact, on my left, I didn't pan it precisely because, yeah, moody people out tonight already. In fact, a lot of them. 1 second. I'm definitely going to stay on the main streets tonight. Sunday, people have been drinking. All right, let's have a look. So here we are, Brewer Street. These guys probably don't want their wives and girlfriends to know they're outside an adult store, so I won't film them. Okay, that going further into Soho, we'll go this way and then sort of work our way back out. This is Walker's Court. And even though it's quiet now, this nightclub, it's actually Boulevard, I think it's called. Oh goodness. It is a curious place. None of it makes sense actually. And it's so easy, bizarrely as it might sound, to get lost even in Soho. I'm not, but I mean it is very easy to get lost. It's actually a better place to be when it's ram packed, because then people are much more reluctant to be rude or disrespectful. But it's pretty quiet actually, I would say. Let's go along Wardour Street a teeny bit and see. Evening, hiya. Oh wait, this one's interesting. Look at this, guys. Wait. It's got to be done. The light is beckoning me in, even though it absolutely stinks. I have no idea where it goes. Let's figure it out. It gets to the end and the gates drop down. And it's going to be a soul-like game where I need to solve puzzles for my life. Gosh, look at it. I like the way that the lights are shining though on the floor, because it was raining here in London earlier. Oh God, it stinks, guys. Oh, good Lord. Ooh. That was an experience I'd rather not repeat. Yeah, Soho can feel like a very different place when it's quiet, and as you guys can see, it is quiet. It's not absolutely deserted. I mean, certain places are, especially the places that are dead ends. But there's still plenty of people out. Most people are actually inside eating or drinking. Most of the restaurants and bars I'm going by are busy-ish, I guess. I mean, it's Sunday after all. Plus, a lot of people are still worried about the January credit card bills, which are going to be landing shortly. Okay, let's go on to Broadwick Street. If you see slight pauses, it's only me stopping very briefly to look behind me. Every time there's a problem, it's always someone from behind, so let's see. Okay, back towards Wardour Street. And Vinci, which is the gelateria. Don't worry, chap, you're not on it. See, someone there being very careful not to get on the stream. I'm not sure if I did catch him, but I didn't want to catch him. He clearly did not want to be filmed. Okay, we've got another court, and this one is St Anne's Court. This one I do know, so we're going to go across. Like, you know, those sort of messages, outside the Good Housekeeping Institute. Okay, curious place to locate the Good Housekeeping Institute. There are plenty of roadmen. I'm telling you, you didn't see. I was obviously actively avoiding, especially as I first came onto Broadwick Street. It was a lot of very moody people that had been drinking and were drinking from cans. That's why I focused ahead and didn't even bother to look at them myself. They're there, but very close to the Shaftesbury Avenue end. They're probably looking for a problem, and I definitely will have one with this amount of kit. Okay. One moment. Which car is this? Oh, it's a green Ferrari. Wait, it's a green Ferrari, I think. Yeah, not so much now. I mean, it's Sunday, but if you imagine what it's like on a Saturday, people are often in Soho from mid-afternoon all evening, etc. The pubs and bars close, then they go to a club, and the smells are extraordinary. 1 second, we'll cut through here, or we can go straight through and then cut back around again. This is the Soho Hotel. What if they still have their Christmas tree? Yeah, Richmond Building's here. I know where we're going. not. In fact, no, there aren't any cars here. Normally there are some incredible cars parked outside. I have no idea where they're gone, but no, they're not here. I'm pretty sure we can cut through Richmond Mews. Let's have a look. If not, I'll double back. Yep, we're good. You see what I mean, guys, about the fact that, yeah, you know, one moment it's a fully lit street, plenty of people around, the next second you're in an alley where there's basically no one. I mean, literally. If I pause for a moment to pan around, you know, it could be on any sort of little absolute nowhere street. No, it's not. It's not. I'm somewhat exaggerating here. It isn't dangerous. This is a million miles from dangerous. Trust me. However, see, even when you know it well, look, I did it again. Can you imagine, guys? It's a dead end. It is a dead end. Look, you see the car turning around? I was 99% certain it's possible to cut through on the left, but no, it's a dead end. There's no way through. So if, for example, I had walked down here and now the lights have gone off and there had been absolutely no one around, there had been a group of people behind me, boom, that's it. You see, that's the only downside. I'm actually embarrassed that I didn't realise that there wasn't a cut through. Anyway, not to worry, there's no one here, it's fine. But you see my point anyway. How quickly the environment can change from, you know, Touristville to Nothingville. That said, there's still CCTV everywhere, and the hotel is right here. Let me get out the road before the car runs me over. Probably see the lights of the car coming up behind me. Okay, we're back on the main street. So yeah, that's a dead end. I have to remember that in future. I was absolutely convinced it was possible to walk past the Soho Hotel, take that left and take another left. London geography, it's a wonderful thing. Hey, at least I'll now know that whenever I see the Soho Hotel, it doesn't go anywhere except to the Soho Hotel. Okay, here we are, back on the main strip. Ta-da. Actually, should we go in there, guys, while we're here? How dodgy does that look? I mean, seriously, look. A neon sign, a door open, and some stairs. God damn it. Wait, what does it say? Hold on one second. There's no one here yet. It's not specific. The lady just walked past me. She gave me such a funny look, like, why would you go in there? Oh, goodness me. Wow.
So there's 4 type
Classic. The seafood bar. This looks new. Not familiar to me anyway. I mean, could you imagine how desperate you need to be to walk into a random door that says massage? Goodness me. Wow. Anyway, we're back on Dean Street.
One problem, Michael.
Sorry, I'm losing focus momentarily. I'm just checking. Yep, that's good. Oh, wow. If I was really brave, guys, I would walk up those stairs. I would go through the door proudly. I'd walk up the stairs, and you know what? I would risk my life for whatever's at the top of the stairs. The sad thing is, and you know, being serious for a moment, it's an absolute tragedy. It's almost certainly going to be, you know, some poor Chinese lady that is working there, not wanting to, but having to for whatever reason. But let's not get into the politics of that. Horrid. Actually, one second. I now think. Wait, let's have a look. This one isn't deserted. Let's see where this one goes. I have no idea if it goes anywhere, but we'll find out. I know one of these you can walk around to the left. There's just like a small shopping centre. But again, this could be a dead end. Although if it is, why are they going down here? Let's see. Oh, actually, no, wait. This one goes somewhere. I have no idea where it goes. I'll just follow these two ladies in a non-suspicious way, of course. I'll keep a distance. I don't want them to think I'm sort of right behind them. Oh, actually, wait. Look at this. This is called... Wow, this is rather swish. I've never, ever come across this street before. I probably pronounce it wrong. Bourchier Street. Interesting. It's luxury apartments. This is obviously the ramp down into the parking, and we've got some rather swish apartments up here. Look at this. Wow. I mean, what a peculiar place to choose to live. I'm sure they cost many, many millions of pounds, but wow. Imagine how many people are walking along this alley here after they've had too much to drink. So there you are. Oh, someone's actually looking at me from the top floor window. Bourchier Street, or Bourchier. My French pronunciation is dreadful. Apologies. Pardon for anyone watching from France. Right, bingo. We've got some neon lights, guys, which means we're back. Dun dun dun. Although this time, I'm just thinking, right, if we've got Wardour Street directly in front of us, then we've got Brewer Street. We've got a lot of people screaming to my right. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go straight ahead. Gosh, it's making me hungry just watching them. Look at that. Freshly prepared noodles. This club is called Prowler, and I think you can probably see why it's called Prowler. Walker's Court, Brewer Street. This is where we had a few interesting encounters a few minutes ago. Yeah, I'm getting some very odd looks from my left. 1 second, Tisbury Court. Also avoiding on my right. Yeah, it's Tisbury Court. The Yard. It's a popular restaurant for obvious reasons, very pretty. And the second, if we walk straight back down, past, there's a little tuk-tuk right in front of me in the street. You probably saw, even though it wasn't intentional, that I just captured a little party. I actually didn't mean to do that. I was convinced they were going to say something to me, but I don't think they're behind me, so we're good. We're walking back toward Archer Street, which is here on the right. Happy to head along Archer Street, actually. I know where we are now. Wow, I've just noticed actually from the other camera, excluding the bit at the beginning on the pier, we're about to hit 2 hours, guys. Already, that went very fast, didn't it? This looks good as well. It is. Delicious. Oh, we've got massage again with a very bored looking lady sitting in there. Probably no customers tonight. Sorts of peculiar doors and such. Here we are. This is where I thought we were before. Whenever I walked past the Soho Hotel and assumed we could go left, I was confusing it with the street right in front of us. 100% I know where we are now. This is Archer Street. Right in front is Ham Yard. And I will walk onto Ham Yard because we can, after that, go to the left at the end. The tree's gone, but it's still looking a little Christmassy. Look at this, right in the middle. getting some very odd stares from people tonight for some weird reason. Anyway, if there's something to say, then come and say it. There we are. That's where I thought we were before. What I think we'll do actually, a little bit more time, is head up past Whole Foods towards Ganton Street again, solely because that's one of the most pretty streets after dark. So we'll have a look at Ganton Street, and obviously then, because it adjoins it, there will be Carnaby Street. But tonight I'm not going to go all the way along Oxford Circus. I don't think. I think I might go to Regent Street and then end the stream. We'll probably hit 2.5 hours at that point. We were here the other day, but again, not when it was completely dark. So I'm happy now because I know exactly where we are. I only get a little bit sort of like when I'm not 100% sure where I am, and now I know, so we're all good. Those neon lights, beautiful, aren't they? Speaking of which, I'll go through the green illuminated tunnel again. Zoom. Flash of light. This is Wilder Walk. I mean, it's not actually that wild, but yeah, it's called Wilder Walk. Even though it kind of seems in some respects that we're in the middle of nowhere, we're really not, because down there in front of me, that goes straight to Piccadilly Circus. The other way, this way, takes us walking parallel with Regent Street. But let's see if it's busy or not when we get up as far as Carnaby Street. It might not be busy at all. I bet you don't miss this part of London so much. This is Eyre Street, in fact. Quick memories. This is where the, at one point, amazing China White used to be. Entrance was just there on the left, long gone. That was a long time ago when London actually used to be worth going to as a clubbing destination. Days of Tantra, China White, Pangea, Aura, days when even Annabelle's was good. But London these days, in terms, even the end on West Central Street. But yeah, these days the clubbing options in London are dreadful. Overpriced rubbish like Circus Square, or Libertine, or Lulu's. Okay, so right in front of me, through there, Regent Street. So as usual, we will go along Regent Street, and then we'll cut back to Carnaby Ganton. Yeah, pubs are pretty busy actually. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I forgot to pan to my right there. The pubs are quite busy. Even Nando's is busy. In fact, Nando's is always busy. Okay, so here we are. Some more spectacular architecture as usual. The glories of Regent Street. How many people there? I mean, it's pretty busy. It's not deserted. It's pretty busy. This is Regent Street leading. If I turn around, you can't see it, but Regent Street curves at the bottom. That curve ends at Piccadilly Circus. It's literally 2 minutes away. This side, where I'm walking, northbound, ends at Oxford Circus. Yeah, we've got a few. Actually, wait, they've even got the marshals. There are private marshals these days that patrol Oxford Street because of the phone snatchers and so on. But yeah, they're out tonight. See those guys there? They're private security. They kind of go up and down, just checking that everything's okay with the shops and that the public are safe as well. Not because it's dangerous here. It really isn't dangerous, but You know, you do get people trying their luck, and there are a lot of phone snatchers in the West End. It's a huge problem. I always zip up my pockets when I'm in the Oxford Street, Oxford Circus, Regent Street area, just because, yeah, smart thing to do. Thank you very much for all the likes, guys, and the roses and everything else. Much appreciated. Okay, let's press on. Regent Place. Yeah, there's some very odd people around tonight, I tell you. Very. Just up here is Hamleys before we get to Oxford Circus, but in a second, I'm pretty sure if it's not this one, it's the one after. We'll be going right. Oh yeah, here we are, Beak Street. Bingo, there we are. Don't get excited, we're not going back to the Soho. Beach Street, Warwick Street. There is Sanctum. Let's be at 1, just a moment. And here is Kingly Street on my left. And boom, Kingly Street leads us down to Ganton Street and Carnaby Street, which will definitely be the last interesting illuminations we're going to see. Now that Christmas is over, at least. I was here on Friday, and it was still moderately festive and seasonal. Let's see what's changed. I'll be surprised if they didn't take everything down this weekend, actually. But we'll see. Kingly Court, one second. We were in here the other day, nothing interesting, guys, it's just a food court. The reason I'm cutting through here is to avoid the folks hanging around on the corner at the other side. This brings us out exactly where we need to be, actually. It's a useful shortcut. So you see the stairs? One second. Anyway, we're fine. All good. Yeah, look at the lights. Carnaby Street, Ganton Street. And the mural over here on Broadwick Street. Sure what they're playing, checkers. Yeah, you learn it because I guess just over time, in fact. Yes, a lot of it does look the same, but there are obviously key landmarks, and once you know the way the main streets link together, you can always figure it out when you get lost on a side street, as I did earlier. It's impossible. No one, I'm telling you, even the London Street professional tour guides would know every single street in Soho. They literally wouldn't. There are simply too many, and so many look like others. So as long as you know the sort of the base geography, the main streets, etc., the rest sort of falls into place. Yeah, I mean, it's still looking pretty good. It is lovely and quiet, actually. Yeah, very much so. I prefer Ganton Street personally. We're going to go there in a second. I might even risk Oxford Circus to Marble Arch, we'll see. But there is no way, guys, I'm taking this past, what are we at now? Hour and 27, yeah. But let's see how we go. So far so good. Anyway, here's Ganton Street, which crosses over with not as bright as it was before, etc. They've still got the inflatables, although the other side of Ganton Street, which I'm leaving until the last, is still my favourite. 1 second. The cute part. Like, I'm actively trying not to panel to film people unnecessarily. Oh. See, people are quite sheepish for some reason. I don't know why. There's a certain unusual atmosphere out tonight, I must say. Yeah, this is Ganton Street. And as you can see, I always come here, I must admit, because I just like it. It's exceedingly pretty. You notice people are being very sheepish tonight. Those that don't notice the camera completely ignore, obviously, and go about whatever they're doing, but those who do see it, I guess it's because I've got this dual camera set up, they're probably thinking, hold on a second, maybe they think I'm some sort of council inspector, or maybe a Google Street View. Yeah, I'm filming for Google Street View. No one wants to be on Google Street View for posterity, literally forever. Yeah, we've still got the robins there, the inflatable robins. What do you think, guys? Pretty nice, isn't it? There we are. If anyone wants a sort of a nice illuminated image. The robins, it's just remnants from the Christmas decorations. They're robin redbreasts, just, seasonal. They've been here for the duration of the Christmas holiday. I mean, a lot of this lighting most of the Christmas lighting has already been removed, but there's still remnants like the robins. But yeah, I mean, if it looks as good in real life, or to you guys, sorry, as it does in real life, these colours are popping, very much so. Beautiful. And back down on Carnaby Street. This is the view looking south down Carnaby Street. This is Fubert's Place. It's also pretty. Look, the lights here. That's where we go back into Soho, however. Hence you've got the other one. We saw the red Soho sign. This is another one. This one's blue. There's nothing to see. I mean, I'll go along here. It's just sort of it's marking the border, I guess, of where Soho meets the West End. But as you see, you've got some Uber Eats delivery drivers. But yeah, I mean, the lights are interesting. And we've got some more, in fact, actually here to the right. This is Newburgh Street. These are Christmas lights I haven't yet gotten round to taking down, actually. I thought that they were actually Soho light, but they're not. They've left up it's because it looks like Soho. Ho-ho, the Christmas lighting. Yeah, and the same here. These are the last two streets that haven't been touched at all. They've left the lights exactly as they've been since the beginning of December. I didn't notice before because it looked like it was spelling Soho, but it's not, as you can see. It looks like it's O from this side, but they hung them obviously for people walking south from Piccadilly Circus toward Oxford Street, walking from that end of the street. 1 second, as we're about to do. Let's hope I'm right. Let's hope I look like a fool. They should read ho ho ho. Let's find out. Ho ho ho. Yeah, lots of selfie takers out this evening. The way those colours are mixing on the screen, the screen. And these little side streets. The streets always look beautiful when when they're still a little bit damp, you know, when it's been raining, even if only slightly, the way the light reflects on the street surface. Okay, this doesn't actually get anywhere interesting, but obviously I had to go to the top so that we would read ho 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 as we walk down. Plus we've got some more interesting lighting here. I don't even know exactly where. Oh, actually, I do know where we are. Sorry, here we are. Yeah, we've got the crown. And then if I pan back to where we just came from, then it does indeed read correctly, if you're walking in the right direction, as we will not. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Yep, there we are. Ho ho ho. Where exactly is that? Okay, so for example, I'm walking by Lowndes Court at the moment. If you can see that up on the side there. As I get to the bottom here, the street running in front of me, left to right, is Foubert's Place. And this street, the actual name of the street itself, is Newburgh Street, as you can see. So Newburgh Street, Foubert's Place, etc. And that's where I thought it said before Soho, where it actually says Ho Ho. I hope that makes everything a bit clearer now. And there we are, the OO, which was Ho Ho Ho. Okay. And as somebody kindly pointed out the other day, I almost missed it, almost forgot about it. I hadn't noticed it, but somebody pointed it out, and also, in fact, even looked it up. Up there, in the centre of the frame, if you have a look up, that supposedly is Shakespeare looking down. This is Great Marlborough Street. Yeah, Shakespeare peering out of the window on the corner. People are stopping to have a look, etc. But yeah, the last time I was here on Friday, somebody pointed out I'd never seen it before. I'd literally never seen it before. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's there or the purpose, but yeah, there he is. Okay, so now I know where we're going. The last little Soho sign there in pink this time. It's the last one. Literally the last one. And that brings us back to where we came in, which is Kingly Street. And again, I am somewhat duplicating the route from Friday, not intentional, but there we are. It tends to happen in the West End. I'm going under this arch. You see that mock Tudor architecture. I'm going under the arch here. On the left, it's because we've got the department store Liberty. Actually, wait, there's another interesting perspective here. 1 second. In fact, I actually prefer this route. You can see the beams peering out, these mock Tudor beams. You saw a ghost. Good. Oh wait, I see the ghost. Look, ghost is up there, slightly to the right of the frame. Oh, and there's a second ghost. It's his girlfriend. It's a guy ghost and a girl ghost. Okay, the phone's made it to 27% now, which is good. At least I don't have to stress about the stream dying prematurely. Anyway, so here we are. This is Liberty. Don't get excited, guys. The Christmas lights and the window displays are long gone. In fact, they've actually replaced them since Friday. It looks like they were working on it this weekend. All of this was closed. It was all shut. In fact, they've still got the sale things, but they're starting to redo it. I guess they began it this weekend. This is the main entrance to Liberty, guys, if you see it here. I step back slightly. You can say hi if you want. It's TikTok live.
Hi, thank you for you subscribe to his channel, and have a good day, everyone.
Very kind. A lot of moody people tonight. You see a lot of kind of people giving strange looks around tonight. It feels a bit, especially in Soho. I don't know. Where have you been tonight? Just around here, or?
Yeah, around here. I'm with my wife.
Okay. Where are you guys from?
From the Philippines. I'm from Kings Lynn, actually.
Are you from King? Oh, you live in the UK in Kings Lynn, in Norfolk.
In Norfolk. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Pleasure. Take it easy.
See you.
Enjoy your evening. Bye. See you guys. Okay, wow. Filipinos that live in Norfolk, in Kings Lynn. Yeah, Kings Lynn is that's a curious place actually, for Filipinos to choose to live in the UK. It's kind of just above Norfolk. That area is just above Cambridge. But nice after this evening's dirty looks and moodiness. Nice to see some friendly faces. Okay, anyway, so at the top here, as we come out, we will turn right. You're not on it, don't worry. Are you worried about being on the stream? You sure? I mean, you can say hello if you want. TikTok live. TikTok live, we got about 800. Want to say hello? I thought I'd offer. You take it easy. Let's see you. Okay, so at the top here, on the right, will be that's Carnaby Street again, solely because of the architecture and that clock. Love that. Beautiful. Look. This is effectively where Liberty ends. As you can see, if I go back, that's the view you get of Liberty when you enter from Regent Street, and it goes along with those mock Tudor beams. Queens, yeah, I know Bayswater W2 very well. Okay, anyway, so now we're getting back into mainstream. I'll decide if we're going to go along Oxford Street when I get to Oxford Circus. It's literally moody world after dark here in the centre, 100% always. Anyway, for the time being, we're good. Regent Street, again, super. I mean, literally super lighting. Look at it. Okay, yes, I know the angels are switched off. In fact, actually, I've got a better idea. Oh, nice car. Oh, number plate was LE18 bad. Bad. I mean, you've got to be pretty bad to have. I can't remember the name of that Rolls Royce. Another one. What's the plate? AYC. Okay, nothing much. This isn't where they choose to drive anyway, the nice cars. That's more Sloane Street, Chelsea, Knightsbridge. We'll do that another night this week, 100%. I'm going to be back outside Harrods, maybe even tomorrow. Love talking to people outside Harrods. Always friendly, always happy. Anyway, sorry, I digress as I always do. What we're going to do, once we get here to Oxford Circus, quickly show you Oxford Circus, even though you've probably seen it a million times. Then we're going to cut back and do it completely ad hoc. I'm going to cut right through Mayfair. The small, well, not small and not so small streets of Mayfair. I'm going to take us through Mayfair and we're going to finish at Park Lane. That way we basically go parallel to Oxford Street without having to worry about, moody people. and there will definitely be a lot of them tonight, 100%, because the shops are closed. See? Oops. So yeah, here Oxford Circus right in front of us, etc. We see the buses and everything else. So this is looking along Oxford Street northbound. This goes to Tottenham Court Road. That way continues Regent Street, ends at the BBC building. That blue light you can see in the distance is the BBC building. And this way, Moody World, I can already see it in fact before I even go over there, is where Oxford Street leads past Bond Street to Marble Arch, and then to the north end of Park Lane. So we saw that. Now it's time for Mayfair. I might need to refer to the other phone if I get lost, but hey, I've got a general idea of where we're going. I don't know Mayfair as well as I know the West End, but we'll figure it out. Plus, if we get lucky and I manage to capture, depending on the route we take, some of the sites, there's much that is interesting in Mayfair, not least the hotels. Plus some spectacular architecture, and maybe we'll even get, as I caught on some of my other videos on YouTube, and maybe we'll catch some supercars as well. Okay, so let's head this way and see. I'm not going to stay too close to where it parallels Oxford Street. I'm going to go a little bit more south into Mayfair. That way we're closer to the Piccadilly Circus end, and at some point we will cross over New Bond Street. Yeah, this is definitely a better idea, 100%. More interesting too, as you'll see when we get moving in a minute. Actually, wait, while it's quiet for a second, I didn't mention even once in this broadcast, I completely forgot. Guys, have a look at, if you click on my TikTok profile, okay, you can see there's a pinned video at the top, and there's also a direct link on my TikTok page that goes to my YouTube channel, okay? Lots more stuff on there, including a lot of walks that are completely 4K, no distractions. A lot of stuff I hope that you would find as interesting, if not more interesting than tonight. So if you like what you're seeing, then please hit that subscribe button on my YouTube channel. It's free, it will always be free. What time is it? It's exactly 9 o'clock, exactly to the minute right now. How fortunate is that? Actually, look, we've still got platforms. Look, they've still got these platforms where they're removing the last bits of lighting from around Mayfair. But if I pan around in a second, you'll see how much more interesting it is here. I mean, okay, obviously it isn't. It's one of the most rich. It's one of the richest parts of London, and one of the most. I'm not going to use the word high class, but let's say upper end parts of central London. It's a very wealthy neighbourhood. This district's postcode is largely W1K. Yeah, Mayfair is pretty spectacular. It's not all stupid expensive, and it's not all snooty people. Some parts of it are lovely, and there's even a farmer's market. And this, by the way, is the only bus that I know of that goes right through the centre of Mayfair, the 73. Literally deserted. If anyone likes seeing a lot of London without having to worry about the rain and so on, I would definitely look at some of the key central London bus routes. 73. Number 9 is another good one. But yeah, I mean, look at it. The lighting and so on is wonderful, isn't it? I don't even know what building that is. I honestly don't know what this is. One second, let me have a look. Actually, we can peek right over the private gardens here, obviously only for residents and stuff. In the centre. And to be honest, even if you are a resident and you live here and you can qualify for a key to the gardens, the key fee for we say the more exclusive gardens in the centre of London is very expensive. The key fee can be anything from £1,000 to several £1,000 a year just to get a key to use the garden on the street that you already live on. Can you imagine that? The garden on Sloane Street is ridiculously expensive. This is Hanover Square. I mean, not the bit in the middle, but the whole place. As you can see, Hanover Square. So yeah, we're still at the north end of Mayfair. Okay, so this. Oh, okay, interesting. So the reason I never saw this before is that it is literally brand new. This is a new entrance that they finished building. I'll go in, guys. You can see it as well. It's the Elizabeth line. 1 second, you'll be able to see it. Yeah, look at this. This is literally the newest tube station entrance in the whole of London. Look, even the machines are completely different.
Customer information. Because of the wet weather, please take care when entering or leaving the station.
Isn't that beautiful? In fact, even replaced the boards. Glimpse of the future right here. I haven't seen this. First time seeing this. This is the new entrance to Bond Street Tube Station, but the Elizabeth line. It's actually quite peculiar that, despite how central we are right now, there's no one here. No TfL employees. Look, absolutely no one here. How odd is that? Oh wait, I spoke too soon. There's one. Yeah, just admiring the architecture. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? I say the first time I've seen the new station, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? It's TikTok live. I won't put you on it if you don't want to be on it. No, absolutely not. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean it's beautiful, amazing. Thank you. Yeah, that was the TfL guy that works here. He obviously came out to see if I was okay, and as per his wish, I wouldn't put him on camera without him agreeing to it. But yeah, I can wait. I'm going to turn back around now because he's sufficiently far in the distance not to worry about being filmed. But as you can see, look, it's an amazing station. Beautiful. London's newest tube station, which we accidentally just stumbled across. Bond Street, Elizabeth line. You guys have already pushed it up to nearly 100k likes again, just like on Friday. Okay, what's this? Okay, let's have a look at this. This is an interesting looking passage. I don't know where it goes. Let's see. This is called, 1 second, Main Watch House, New Bond Street, Hanover. I have no idea if it's dead end or not, but let's find out. All of this is brand new. I mean, you could even see it from the stone on the floor. I mean, they've literally redeveloped the entire area. Main. Okay, so there are. Wait, no one's here, so it's fine. It's a ghost restaurant. Look, we found a ghost restaurant, guys. I can hear somebody squealing. This is curious. What is this? How bizarre. Wait, no, there's no one here. Look at this. The dining room is rather nice. Yeah, there's no one in there. Look at that. Here, we could actually be in there ourselves right now, couldn't we? Having dinner. Isn't it wonderful? I'm trying to align both cameras. There we are. What a surprise. I have no idea where we are, what this is. It actually looks like... I wonder if it even looks like a film set, actually. That looks like a little bit too much alcohol for a typical restaurant. Beautiful. If anybody spots a ghost, just don't bother telling me. I'd rather not know. Anyway, yeah, there we are. Somebody has even, rather moodily, decided to leave on a single lamp. God knows why. How odd is that? There's me saying, hey, let's go this way because it'll be less moody than Oxford Street. But wow, interesting. I mean, you can actually, if you say, for example, you wanted to, it's undercover and so on, you could even You could even crawl in there and have a sleep. Look at that. Isn't that bizarre? How odd. Thank you both for the roses. Very kind. Okay, so where does this go? I bet it goes nowhere. That might have been the highlight, that bit. Oh, wait. Hold on, guys. I need to compose myself. There's a guy sitting over there on the phone, but I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Wait, let's have a look. It's like a giant teapot, basically. Look. It's literally a giant teapot. What a very peculiar place. I didn't actually know. Wait. It just seems to go on and on. Oh, finally! Wait, there's a way out. Okay, so there. I don't know which street that goes to. Not that it really matters. That way's shut, but I found a way out. Okay, so you can go right through. And I think, actually, looking at it, it's all very curious. I'm guessing Lexington Partners, etc. Brand new corporate HQs ready to move into. They're fully furnished, but 100% there's no, look, even the board itself is empty. No companies are listed. Corporate office space. And on the other side again, look, I mean, it's still being constructed. So it's all brand new. I mean, this is going to be a little shopping arcade, obviously. And I'm 99% certain, unless they've put the wrong sign up, that we've emerged, fortuitously, on New Bond Street. Can you imagine that? Got a few interesting things here on New Bond Street, actually, to film. So you can say hi.
Hi, how are you?
Where are you from?
I'm from Libya.
You're from Libya?
Yes.
You are the first Libyan I've encountered, not only on TikTok live, but in London.
Oh, yes.
Literally. You live here or you're on holiday?
No, just to come visit. I'm from Libya, originally from Benghazi.
Okay. Wow, do you like it?
Yeah, it's okay. It's
It's amazing, no?
Yeah.
You take care. Bye-bye, bye. Okay, so we have some other interesting, literally first Libyan I think I've met. Look at this. I don't know what it is or what it's supposed to represent. Wait, there's no cars coming. Curious. Very curious. I'll go. You happy to be on camera? I can go the other way if you don't. Smile for TikTok live. You got a great smile. You should be on camera. Take it easy, folks. Okay, let's get back along. I didn't know what that starfish thing was. There's no signage for it. They were busy taking all the other lights down on Friday, so this street will not be terribly interesting. I'm simply going to cut through it, and in a minute we'll go off onto the right-hand side. This is Brook Street. Perfect. We're going to go along Brook Street, and you'll see why in a second. In fact, even half the Fenwick's sign died. Look, the ENW has run out of power, so it's just Fick instead of Fenwick. The shop is called Fick. Okay, so if we cross over onto Brook Street, Fick. One second, I don't know if, hold on, I've never actually been down here. It probably goes nowhere, and even if it went somewhere, it's probably closed. But let's see what it is. Lancashire Court. It literally is the steepest small street I've seen in the centre of London. Look at that. It's like a car ramp. Probably used to be a garage. I'm not sure if there's a cut through. Let's find out. We'll go back into it because I know where we are on Brook Street, and I know what I want to show you guys on Brook Street as well. Okay, it's just another one of these sort of semi-deserted places. Restaurants. Oh, it's actually where we're. This is the back of Victoria's Secret. Yeah. This is the Victoria's Secret shop, depending where you're from. Okay, so it goes through, 1 second. Courtyard, oh, look at this. Oh my goodness me. Okay, wow. Isn't that rather cute and unexpected? It's a real shame. Oh, the connection might be a little teeny bit patchy here. This is a very narrow street. Don't worry, even if we lose the connection, it will soon come back. Incredible. Lancashire Court. I'm trying to think actually. No, wait, this way's better. Okay, that takes us back almost up onto New Bond Street. Easy enough to recognise given the lighting and the shops. No, my pleasure. Thank you for watching. It's always fun. I think you can hear the enthusiasm in my voice when I come across new places I haven't seen before. Okay, so let's go back to the junction here with Brook Street. Yeah, it was. We were at the other side of the Victoria's Secret shop. Okay, right, so Brook Street. And the reason we're going onto Brook Street, I mean, not only because it goes in the right direction geographically, but at the same time, London's best hotel is here on Brook Street. Claridge's, just a moment, almost there. If we go a film across the street. It won't look anywhere near as spectacular as it did at Christmas, of course, but it's still a wonderful hotel. Interesting perspective through here. I can't see a street name. I don't know what it is. Something Court. South Moulton Street, and yeah, they've disassembled. Yeah, it's gone. They've completely disassembled all of the lighting. We on the stream on Friday, we were very lucky. At the last moment, we cut it through here, and they were busy taking down those blue arches. They're gone, guys. Yeah, look. I guess obviously they've switched off the bulbs at the top. All of that will be gone soon. You can see the Christmas tree has already been stripped, but those blue arches, those wonderful blue arches, are gone. At least for this year. That's South Moulton Street. Cars. Yeah, we're into car world now. Nice number plate as well. I'm not really a huge car fan. I don't even know how to drive, but I do sometimes like to spot the very rare ones. Interesting side streets here in Mayfair, actually. PJ Fogg & Co. Apothecary. Interesting. On this side, in fact, that's the ballroom of Claridge's. There's the hotel itself, complete with the Union Jacks, as ever. It was beautifully decorated. Again, guys, on my YouTube channel there is not just Claridge's at Christmas, but I went inside too. So you've got all of the Christmas display, etc. That was outside Claridge's, but you've also got inside. I went inside, and the video's on YouTube, on my channel. The link is on my TikTok page. I go inside the Ritz, the Lanesborough, Claridge's, the Connaught, the Langham, and a few other of the 5-star hotels here in central London. Yeah, this is Claridge's. complete with resplendent doorman. He might or might not give us a thumbs up, probably not, but he'll be cool about us filming. Yeah, that's Claridge's. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, cars. If I pause here for a moment, that way, directly in front, this is me looking northward. At the moment, as I mentioned, I'm on the junction of Brook Street and Davies Street. Directly in front of me, at the top there, you can probably make out that purpley sign on the left. That's another entrance into the new Bond Street Elizabeth Line tube station. And in the distance, those lights are the shops on Oxford Street. Not where we're going. 1 second. Okay, let's continue. We're still on Brook Street, and although some of them are shops and some of them are hedge funds and some of them are corporate headquarters, a lot of these townhouses you can see are still, would you believe, single houses owned by one person. And the reason that's quite extraordinary is that you wouldn't get a house here for any less than about, I would think, 25 million as a minimum. This is the kind of entrance that you get if you live here, by the way, in a ported building. Okay, look at this. Look at that. How grand is that? Looks like a shop, but it's not. It's a ported building. That's where the concierge sits. She's just there on the left. Oh no, I thought the girl was going to go in there. She didn't. I was going to ask her. Right, it's very swish. Lovely. Okay, let's cross over. Now this, bizarrely enough guys, is bringing back some memories. And I'll tell you why. 1 second. This is one of the, should we say, lesser known streets. Not just in Mayfair, but in the whole of the West End, this street. And the reason it's lesser known is that there are not many residential premises on this street. I'm not going to show you where because it doesn't matter. But I know this street, Gilbert Street, very, very, very well, because a long time ago, when I was a young man, I lived here on Gilbert Street a long time ago, way too long ago, in fact. So long ago that there wasn't even an Elizabeth line when I lived here. Bond Street was still just Bond Street on the Central line. So yeah, real bit of deja vu actually. But now I know exactly where we are and exactly where we'll be going when we finished here. I'm not going to walk all the way down because there's no point. But this building on my right, this amazing house, yeah, it's one of the largest largest new build private houses in Mayfair. And they've even got a small garden, if you can see that at the back. I've lived in London now for just over 20 years. Here, this street, Gilbert Street, I've lived here for, let me think, I lived here for, I don't know, about 3 years-ish, I guess, something like that. I'm going to go a teeny bit further down because it's quite interesting actually. We'll cut through on the left. To be honest, even though it's, it looks swish and it's Mayfair and blah 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 blah, it's not actually that swish. Let's say it's not the best street in Mayfair. Let's put it that way. To give you a couple of examples of why, you saw that exceedingly expensive house that I just pointed out over the road there, that new build house. That house is worth, I don't know, 15-20 million pounds probably. But if we pause, we're on the same street, and I turn around, and this is one thing that I think it makes London quite unique. This building here, I am from London, yeah, I was born in London. Lived in central London for more than 20 years. This building here is, I wouldn't quite call it social housing, but it's housing association. I can't remember the name of this building. Yeah, Peabody Trust. Sorry, there it is. Yeah, it's owned by the Peabody Trust. So you imagine that if you're sort of, I wouldn't use the word lucky because nobody wants to live in social housing in an ideal world, but lucky in the sense of, you know, in terms of the locations that you can get. If you want to get a social housing, can you imagine getting social housing bang in the centre of Mayfair? You're literally 2 seconds away from Oxford Street. That is Oxford Street right there in front of me. Look, there. You know, how incredible is that? Anyway, the reason I'm going this way is not just the... see, they still haven't actually completely finished the works yet. This behind me is still ongoing work on the Elizabeth line stations. The entrances. There's going to be another entrance and exit here because at the moment there's still, wait, if I go over here on the right hand side, there is the original exit that's always been here since I lived here, into Bond Street Tube Station. It'll be closed now because it's a shopping centre, but there's an escalator down to the tube. One moment. Here under the Cavendish buildings, you can see it there, underground. Yeah, that goes into Bond Street Tube Station, but it's not the Elizabeth line. This is why there's so much construction behind. They're still finishing off the Elizabeth line. Anyway, enough of Gilbert Street. I've already had an overdose of Gilbert Street. If we walk back along and cut through, there is a rather wonderful church. There's also a public garden, although it will be closed at this time, for sure. Although the steps might be open. Let's have a look. 1 second. I'm not sure how well you guys can make out. 1 second. Let's get past the street sign. This street, oddly enough, it's called Binney Street. Yeah, the street I'm crossing over now, running left to right, is called Binney Street. I'm now on to Wayhouse Street. As you can see, W1, the entrance to the church. It's quite a grand Gothic church. Interesting illumination over here of the windows. Okay, I'm going to very briefly, but I really do mean very briefly, go on to Oxford Street for one reason, and you'll see why in a second. I guess a lot of you will already know what that is, peeking out on the corner there, that building with the lights. Plus, to be honest, actually, this is the good part of Oxford Street, but it's much more interesting to walk through Mayfair. You see how many interesting and unusual things you see in Mayfair. Not just architecturally, but the streets themselves are unusual in Mayfair. So yeah, this building that we're approaching, just in case nobody's seen it before or wonders what it looks like. And again, you can see they have guys removing the window displays and so on. As I pan around, so you can see all of it. It is a spectacular building. Okay, it's not Harrods, but it's still spectacular. You can see all the flags on the roof. This building, in case you didn't see the sign, everyone, is Selfridges. Yeah. This is Selfridges. Busily being deconstructed. Got people on my left-hand side wearing balaclavas and all kind. On my right-hand side, very odd. 1 second, he's got his back to me right now. Look, you get this here a lot now. This guy with the attack dog, God knows what he's doing or why he's standing there. He's also wearing a balaclava which he pulled over his face as I walked up. Okay, so yeah, look, as you can see, they're Oxford Street. Can you imagine? They used to be super safer. It's super moody these days. Yeah, they're removing the last Christmas lights and redoing the windows. But that is the wonder that is Selfridges. Even without the Christmas lights, it's still spectacular. But of course, you know, it's always going to be the slightly inferior version of Harrods. But Oxford Street, there are no interesting, other than Selfridges right here, I can't think of a single other super interesting shop or landmark on the whole of Oxford Street. There used to be so many, but now it's just full of American candy stores and just crap, basically. Tourist memorabilia and just rubbish. Absolutely not worth it at all. Okay, so we're going to head back into Mayfair. 1 second. That's done. No, even John Lewis is not interesting. I'm old enough to remember when they had the Alders building at Marble Arch. There was Alders, there was Debenhams, there was House of Fraser. They're all gone, sadly. You know, there are very few grand department stores left. You know, if even Fenwick on Bond Street can't replace the bulbs in their lighting, so that Fenwick becomes thick, as we saw a little bit earlier, it's a little bit sad, to be honest. So other than Harrods and Selfridges, I can't think of another grand department store that's left. John Lewis is looking particularly poor these days. The only one I would say is comparable, actually, in terms of it being still quite grand, is the flagship John Lewis shop, which is on directly on Sloane Square. It's called Peter Jones, but it's a John Lewis shop. We can't get up there, but up there, this is Brown Hart Gardens in front of us, and beyond these green railings, which at the moment are closed. Here, up there is a rather nice little public garden. I can't get up there, and I'm certainly not going to try and jump over the railings, not with all the kit. But yeah, it's like an elevated public garden. It's rather nice, actually. We're on Duke Street right now, for anyone that's wondering. It's a good place to go in the summer because, you know, you're slightly elevated. Welcome if you're watching from South Africa. Wow, literally almost the other side of the world. Yeah, these are the gates. And again, another staircase, stone staircase up. Yeah, it's a very nice little sort of elevated garden. Nothing exciting up there, but you know, it's just a place. And to have open space. Oh wait, here. It's actually called Brown Hart Gardens. There we are. Brown Hart Gardens, everyone. If you're in this area in the summer, open daily, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or dusk. So obviously at this time of the year, it's closing at around about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'm just thinking, actually, wait, we'll go this way, then we'll cut back again, because there's so much to see. This is the Barley Mow, the pub on the right-hand side here. Popular pub. The hotel in front, nothing to get terribly excited about. It's not a 5-star paradise. It's a Marriott. It's a Marriott London Grosvenor Square. Let's hope the gate's not closed at the end here, otherwise I'm going to look very stupid. But I'm sure the taxi can do a turn. Yeah, there it is, London Marriott, and boom, we're back out onto, rather fortunately, Grosvenor Square. Okay, this is where things get super interesting in terms of rich parts of London. Okay, so that's Duke Street that we just finished on, right there. And this enormous open space in front of me, thank you, Uber driver, thank you. This enormous open space, it's not, I mean, it is a square, but it's actually not a square geometrically anyway. It's not a square, it's more of a circle. This is Grosvenor Square. Okay, why is this famous? Well, many reasons. The most obvious reason is that over there in the middle, that used to be where the old US Embassy building was. It's not anymore. They decided that they wanted to move to Battersea. No idea why, but they sold the building and it's going to be a luxury 5-star hotel. In fact, London's newest one. This restaurant behind, it's a Gordon Ramsay restaurant, but I've forgotten the name of it. 1 second. As we can see over there on the sign, on the corner, Grosvenor Square. That's the restaurant. Wait, let me have a look again. It's like cat, or what's it called? 1 second. Completely forgot the name of it. Funky Cat or something, whatever. 1 second, let's have a look. A Lucky Cat, sorry, there we are. And it was Cat something, yeah. Lucky Cat by Gordon Ramsay. Okay. Anyway, Lucky Cat is closed. It's not a particularly okay. I mean, the location's great, obviously, but it's not a particularly well-known restaurant. In fact, why am I walking? Wait, I don't want to go this way around the square. As you can see, this is an enormous open space in the centre here, and there's partly several reasons for that. I'm not sure how well we'll be able to see into the square if I lift the phone up, or if indeed we will be able to see into the square, or what we'll be able to see. There we are. How well you guys can see that panning across. It's enormous. And this one's interesting because you remember earlier, if everyone that was still here, I mentioned that the majority of these squares, certainly the smaller ones, but overall, a large majority of these squares that you get in central London are private. Okay, which means that you need either to be a resident and then you can apply for a key to have access to the square, walk your dog. Often the squares have a little playground and stuff. But yeah, however, this one is closed now, so we can't go in. Is a public square. Okay, this is where typically on a morning or in the afternoon you will get people that work in Mayfair or nearby sitting down to have a coffee or eating their lunch when it's nice and warm. It's a beautiful square. I mean, you can see how amazing the architecture is, and part of the reason it's incredible that it is open to the public is that all of these buildings that we see around the square, starting here, okay, this one here is a good example. There are loads more. All of these buildings that we see here on Grosvenor Square are private apartment buildings with porters or concierges or security or all three. And as you can imagine, it not only costs a fortune to live there, but it costs a fortune in the service charge to live there. Now, I would also guess, don't quote me on this, but I'm 99% certain that you can't actually own your apartment. Say, for example, you win the lottery or the Powerball if you're in the US, and you think to yourself, hey, I want to go and live on Grosvenor Square in London with all the rich people. Okay, you can take a lease on an apartment here on Grosvenor Square, but you can't buy it outright. You can't actually own the freehold. Why? Because this entire part of, okay, not, I'm trying to think how many, it's probably about 2 square miles. This entire area, everything that it begins with the word Grosvenor and a lot of the streets around it, are owned by the Grosvenor estate. And the Grosvenor estate is one of Britain's oldest landed families, okay? I'm pretty sure it's the Duke of Westminster that currently is the head of the Grosvenor estate, one of Britain's richest men. He's very young as well. I'm pretty sure he's in his either late 20s or early 30s. So to live in this building opposite, where I'm standing right now, I would guess an apartment in there, depending on the size, and there are lots of apartments, a few people at home upstairs. Apartment in that building, minimum of 10 million, minimum. Service charge per year, I don't know, 50,000 probably, maybe even more than that, every single year. Imagine that, you don't even own it. To give you an example of the kind of people that decide just to casually live in this building and, hey, I'll just leave the car outside on the street. Let's not worry about it getting vandalised or anyone trying to steal it. Bingo. I have no idea which one it is because I know it's a Lamborghini, but I don't know which one. Low 83. I mean, it's pretty low, obviously. Nice car. Just casually parked here on the street, as one would. Oh, where did I leave my car? Oh, that's it. I left it right outside the building in central London on the street. Different world, isn't it, guys? Anyway, so yes, you can see how grand the buildings are, these residential buildings. As I mentioned, some of them are hedge funds, private equity. This area is well known as being primarily private equity and hedge funds. But all the interesting places that have the illuminated lobby, the beautiful architecture, there's another one. They are private residential buildings. Chauffeur there just unloading somebody's shopping. What a life, wouldn't it be wonderful? Okay, this is Grosvenor Street. We're not going to go down Grosvenor Street because it will lead directly back to New Bond Street, which is where we already came from. But anyway, this is Grosvenor Street. To give an example again of the architecture, look at it. Isn't it beautiful? And I can hear somebody's drumming. Wait, there are definitely no nightclubs or whatever here. Somebody is drumming. Probably somebody very rich that lives here. Hold on. You see, look. Grosvenor Square. And this one, potentially, 1 second. I'm not sure, and I don't want to be too nosy. It's 50 Grosvenor Square. A few buttons on the door. Goodness me, that's a very exclusive building. Very exclusive building. Incredible. 1 second, the gimbal decides to be a bit funny again. Let me reset it manually. Come on, gimbal, don't do this to me. One moment. There we go. Let's find out who's drumming. Maybe we can go and join him for a jamming session. Let's see. This is Carlos Place, so this will be one of the last places we'll visit here in Mayfair before we exit onto Park Lane. I'll show you why in a second. Obviously it was quiet, now it's got busy because we need to cross the street. Okay, so let's cross over. The drumming is down there. We'll investigate that in a minute. Because more importantly, here on Carlos Place, not as beautiful as it was over Christmas. Again, the decoration's already gone. And you can see also, look at these beautiful, beautiful buildings. The reason we're stopping very briefly here on Carlos Place is that this building in front of us, just across the street there, is the Connaught Hotel, another one of Mayfair's finest hotels. Another 5-star hotel. This is a Muse Street. And again, beautiful lighting. Incidentally, we also hear Adams Row. Actually, wait, Adams Row. Oh, actually, I know where we are. Adams Row goes right the way through to Park Lane. But as I mentioned, we're going to go back first and investigate the drumming. Let's see what we've got parked outside here. Okay, so this number plate is 275130. What do we think that is? What is it? It's a Lamborghini, I think. Yeah, looks like it. 275130. Interesting plate. And behind it we've got a... Oh, it's Qatari. It's a Qatari Bentley. Rather beautifully enough. Evening, guys. Are the cars, hotels cars on show or guest cars? Hotels cars or guests cars? Oh, just random $500,000 quid cars just parked in a line. No, don't worry. I'm not asking about the owners. I'm just admiring the plates. Interesting though. These tiny little plates can't be legal. Look how small it is. You guys can see that. Look how small the plate is. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. Sorry. Tiny little plate. Look at this.
Nowadays, so many cars have been stolen, people get very suspicious.
In fact, I avoided Oxford Street specifically because it's getting very moody, isn't it, this area? Very moody.
Yeah, people are nervous.
Yeah? It's just the whole sort of atmosphere, vibe is so different to how it was just a few years ago. Yeah, I know.
One of these cars could be going for 30 seconds.
Literally, even these vehicles, sometimes, with you guys outside, people are still kind of trying to steal the cars.
Well, let's say where I work. I work in a hotel very, very, very far away from here.
Okay.
And I was standing 5 meters from the car.
Yeah.
I couldn't see it, but I could see the front of it.
Uh-huh.
Gone.
Just like that. Crazy, isn't it?
People are
Crazy.
Very suspicious of people taking photographs from other places.
I can tell you two things. First of all, I'm English, so you can hear my voice, and secondly, I know it doesn't, and I can tell you're Irish. But this, I'm filming myself. I wouldn't film myself stealing someone's car, would I?
You wouldn't know, but maybe for you, but you know.
I mean, like I'm on a
cars and somebody's English.
surveillance operation. I'm not on a surveillance operation. I promise. I kind of give tours after dark of Mayfair. We've been at Claridge's. Now we're having a look here. Connaught. Going to go back to Grosvenor Square after. So if a car does vanish tonight, hand on heart, it wasn't me.
Yeah, good night.
Thank you for your kind words. Okay, good night. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm back. So he was just explaining to me, I'm not sure if you guys could pick that up. That he was just explaining to me there. Wait, let me just put this on a neutral spot. He was explaining to me that even here, okay, outside one of the most expensive hotels in London, and you can see there are Admiralties everywhere walking around this area. This hotel is very popular with Admiralties, and those plates were Qatari and a Middle Eastern. Even outside this hotel at night, the cars sometimes get stolen. Can you imagine the fact that these organised criminal gangs just don't care. They absolutely do not care at all. And so boom, he came over to not to tell me off. He came over to warn me. I'm not sure how much you guys heard the conversation, to warn me about the fact that you need to be careful. It's actually very dangerous around here. Not only people trying to steal the cars, we already know that a lot of people got their watches stolen in this area. It's extraordinary, isn't it? I don't know what's going on in this city of ours, but there we are. It is what it is. Anyway, so looking back across Carlos Place and this beautiful water feature they've got ahead, if you can see it, this is not the street, it's actually a sort of a mini fountain, an elevated fountain. Yeah, none of those plates on the cars that we just saw are street legal. I would actually imagine, even though he wouldn't admit it, I think they're probably hotel vehicles, because they are kind of on the public highway, but at the same time the hotel owns this little spot. If you can see the difference between the pavement that I'm on, the squared stones, and then the paved part with the bricks that the vehicles are on. It makes sense. Yeah, I can understand his caution. It's a nice hotel. In fact, it's one of the best hotels in London, and the cars are rather nice. Anyway, enough of that. Yeah, literally, car thieves, obviously very sophisticated car thieves, working on Carlos Place, right outside the hotel, right in front of the doorman. Isn't it just, the mind just boggles. Anyway, it's perfectly safe here. The streets are perfectly safe, even though parking your car apparently isn't. We can't go in because it's late and the gates are locked. But here is a very interesting church as well, with a little garden. Again, one of those sort of places that you wouldn't really notice. In fact, you could easily walk past it. Not an awful lot of space to sit. This is Mount Street Gardens. Actually, wait, it says it in fact on the sign, if you look up there. Mount Street Gardens. This is one of Mayfair's tiniest, least known private gardens. I say private, actually it's not. I mean, it's private in the sense that it's part of the Grosvenor estate, but you don't need to pay for access. In other words, when the gardens are open during the day, you can just walk in and sit down. You don't need a key. Yeah, it's a very, 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 very nice garden. Very quiet as well, actually, and not a lot of people know that it's there. Mainly people that either live locally or work locally. So it's definitely one of the lesser known gardens, shall we say. Okay, so anyway, that's the last shot of Carlos Place, and isn't it extraordinary when you think about it? Look, you've got this beautiful architecture, the lighting, etc. One of London's finest hotels, and yet the cars still get stolen. You couldn't make it up, could you? Literally. Anyway, instead of walking back there and investigating the drumming on Grosvenor Square, there isn't much point actually thinking about it. We'll continue this way instead. Looking behind me, but most of the people on scooters or bikes are Uber or Deliveroo. This live is about central London. It's about, at the moment, it's about Mayfair, which is where we are right now. Mayfair, the Mayfair neighbourhood in central London. We've just had a look at some hotels, we've seen some nice cars, we've seen some beautiful architecture, some amazing shops. We've got people eating in a restaurant. I'm not going to film them because it would be rude to do so. Rather swish little restaurant there on the right hand side. These are the kind of vehicles you get just casually parked here on the street in Mayfair. I guess Roz, actually wait, there's someone from West End Company sitting in a vehicle. I don't think he's going to tell me to stop filming, public place and all that. This is the other entrance. We saw the entrance a moment ago into Mount Street Gardens. Here's the other one. You see, notice it's sort of, it's not hidden, but it's obscure. Okay, you wouldn't actively know that it's there, or you wouldn't think, oh, that looks nice, it's a public garden, but it is. There we are. Mount Street Gardens. We can't really see much, it's pitch black in there, but Yeah, there we are. Mount Street Gardens. So anyone coming to London that wants a spot for eating their lunch while they can be left in peace, Mount Street Gardens, right here in the heart of Mayfair, moments from the Connaught Hotel. Okay, let's see what else is coming next. Okay, Mount Street. Let's continue along here. Interesting, Rubinacci. Over the other side, I'm not going to go stick my camera in their face, is one of the Mayfair's most famous restaurants, Scott's. Probably the most famous fish restaurant in London, I would say, actually. Yeah, Scott's. Oopsie. Sorry, guys. Complete with rather swish Bentley. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Scott's, I would say, is probably in the top 3 restaurants in London. They're all here, actually. Le Gavroche, French restaurant, just around the corner. Scott's just behind us. I mean, the list goes on, in fact, actually. Gordon Ramsay really made his name with, it's not there anymore, it's long gone, with his restaurant that used to be in Claridge's Hotel that we passed earlier. Gordon Ramsay at Claridge's. He only left when he became bigger name than the hotel, shall we say. It then became Ferrer Restaurant, and now it's God knows what. So we're now crossing over into South Audley Street, and if I pause for a moment, this is Mount Street going ahead, often where the guys will race their Lamborghinis and Ferraris and so on, because you can see it's a nice long street. I'm not going to die, don't worry. But right in front of me, which is where we're going to head in a second, that skyscraper building, that's the Hilton Hotel on Park Lane. Also, in fact, I've just noticed walking past it, I don't want to put anyone on camera, and there's no one here. They're closing up. This is the infamous or famous, whichever one, where you want to look at Harry's Bar, here on the corner. Yeah, this is Harry's Bar. Again, here's yet another entrance, which I'm 99.9% certain the gates will be closed. This is the third and final entrance that goes into Mount Street Gardens. This one's also quite well known. In fact, it's probably the best known, because you have the dual red phone boxes either side of it. Yeah, Mount Street Gardens, it's phone boxes. Quintessential. Yeah, it is very quaint. One moment, guys, I'm just going to check the data phone to make sure that we're good. The others two are plugged in. Yep, wow, 28%. We're good. We're going to make it without any stops or pauses or recharges. 1 second, we're at 195 minutes so far without a break. Amazing. Anyway, so South Audley Street, here we are. Oopsie. I'm going to be very disappointed, guys, if you don't smash likes up to 100,000. You did that last time on Friday, so come on, let's push it. We're not at the end yet, but anyway. Wait, what's this over here? Hold on. Cool. Wait, I can't see the street name here. This is an interesting street. I mean, it's very poorly lit. What's this? This land was conveyed to the... Oh, okay. It's church land. Thank you, guys. Never let me down, literally. I swear. Thank you so much. You know, having X number of likes doesn't make any difference at all. Yeah, some more people might join the stream, but it doesn't matter because we're getting closer to the end now. But I love the fact that you guys listen and you will help out with this interactive process. It always makes me smile. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back onto the main street. As mentioned, this is South Audley Street. There's some quite interesting... Wait, what is this? Some rather interesting objet d'art here in the window. This shop is called, this is Adrian Allen. No idea who Adrian Allen is. But you've got some interesting art. Notice as well that the windows are shuttered. I mean, you can see through, but obviously he's worried about his marble sculptures being stolen. And perhaps rightly so as well. If Adrian Allen was smart, he would hire somebody to sit in that chair all night. Then people would come over and they would be thinking, hold on, is that a real person? Or is it a mannequin? And it would become a talking point. But obviously Adrian, okay, I mean, he's smart, he owns a shop in Mayfair, but Mr. Allen, if you're watching, there we are. Free PR. Get somebody to sit in your shop in one of those gold leaf chairs. Oh, silent car put up behind me. That's just another... That's in Belmar. 1 second. What have we got here? Okay, so this is South Street. Wait, what is this? Those lights are exploding my phone. Okay, this one's interesting. I mean, I know where we are, so there's no harm in sort of slightly digressing a little bit here and there. But before we go that way, down here, it looks quite interesting, whatever's at the end. Enormous Union Jack there. There's a curious flag here. Let me see what this is. Okay, so South Street and South Audley Street junction. Let's see what I've found here. 1 second, it's giving me the capture thing saying that I need to complete the capture to continue this live. Okay, that's done. Verification complete. All good. Anyone watching? Which flag is that? Which country flag is that? It looks to me... wait. Which flag is that, guys? Come on, somebody must know. Anyone know? Before I go and actually look at the door. Oops. In fact, it's the embassy of... Oh, it's an Egyptian embassy consulate. So it's just TikTok. I'm not like filming for... Sorry, okay, thanks guys. I didn't film you either, by the way. You're not on it. So I just noticed on the other side of the street, a casually armed police with machine guns watching me. Oops. Anyway, yeah. So that explains it. That's the Egyptian consulate building. I'm going to be careful not to film the police when I go back that way in a second. I did wonder what the chatter was, but they're so darkly dressed, I didn't actually realise that they were standing there. So here, if we go down along the street, right across, and they're so far in the distance they will not be able to. They can't be recognised. You see the two police officers over there on the right hand side. But yeah, these are private houses, these little ones on this side, etc. I'm not going to pan around to the police guys, I'm going to keep it firmly on my left. So this little street, wait, hold on 1 second. I did wonder why the police van was there. This little street is called, this is Balfour Mews, if you can see it up there on the wall. Balfour Mews. Okay, let's have a look here. I mean, it does look rather swish as well, doesn't it? Look. Very expensive mews houses. Like ridiculously expensive mews houses. Gosh. It's absolutely silent as well. There's not a sound here right now. It's completely silent. Oh, you're doing it again, guys. You're going to make my phone explode from too many likes. Wait, actually, I'm going to be careful with the camera. I'm going to kind of walk in a weird way, guys. As I said, I'm not going to film the police. So I'm going to walk along this way and then do the camera the other way, so that they're not on the camera. So I'm not walking in a weird way. I'm just sort of pointing it that way so it doesn't get you guys. Okay, that's it. Let's go that way. Okay, so if we back out, that's it. We didn't film the police, and we walk back towards the Hilton on Park Lane. See, beautiful buildings. Look at these houses here. Look. You see how friendly the police are? You know, I could be. I mean, okay, I look a little bit moody. I mean, I'm wearing a cap. I've got all kinds of equipment in my hand. It could be a weapon, but they're still friendly. They will still talk, and they'll be. It's okay. The police in London are incredibly professional. I know a lot of people have problems occasionally here and there, but as you've seen, you know, the other day at Buckingham Palace, other times on my lives, I always try and speak to the police. either to get an opinion or to ask for directions or something or other. Invariably friendly, invariably very, very informative, always willing to help. Very kind people on the whole, actually. Okay. Again, magnificent. Look at this house, look at this. I can't get any further back because I'm literally touching the building opposite, but isn't that beautiful? Look. Five-story house, maybe even 6. And another one next door. Just look how they've got a lot of windows. I'm concentrating more on where we are geographically, guys, than on the screen, so I'm sorry I'm not ignoring your questions as I walk and talk. We're in Mayfair. This is Mayfair in central London. Absolute prime Mayfair, as you can see from the architecture, the buildings, the cars and everything else, and the fact that you've got armed police on the street, even though they're there for the Egyptian consulate. Very curious little doors and houses and so on all over the place here. Look at this. Isn't it? It's very curious, but in a good way. We've got a blue plaque here. It's probably too dark to read it. I have no idea. This is... okay, it's Lord Ashfield, apparently. No idea who he is or what he did. But obviously this place is of some historical significance because of the plaque. Beautiful. The houses are beautiful. Absolutely amazing. Right now we're looking at some of the most expensive property, not just in London or the UK or Europe, but anywhere in the world. And again, look on this side. You see the single door. Look at the house. It just goes on and on and on. Even though they have rather normal cars outside. So let's wait for this one to go by. Actually, not all the cars are normal. He said normal cars outside, he said. Standing next to the Porsche. Okay, let's move on. Gets more interesting down here, actually. This is sort of really kind of discreet Mayfair. People don't normally either video it or walk through it for multiple reasons. One, people think there's not a lot here. Second, it doesn't have the usual glamour of the West End. This is a primary school, interestingly enough. So if you are lucky enough to live here in Mayfair, you can send your... wait, is it... oh, I thought it was in fact, I thought it was a girls' school, because if you look above those rather splendid, I'm guessing they're walnut doors, on the stone there, it says girls. Now I'm going to guess that it's not a girls' school anymore. I don't know. Someone is welcome to Google it. I would guess it's a mixed primary. But originally it would have been a school for girls, a church school, almost certainly a Church of England school for girls. Imagine that. Look at the architecture of the building. Look, it's a state primary school in these absolutely magnificent buildings. Isn't it super? Yeah, I noticed it briefly when I was walking along, then I suddenly thought, hold on a second, I'm sure it would say, I'll have a look when I get home if I've never stumbled across this school. I've heard of it, but I've never walked past it. But I would actually think it's mixed. I could be wrong, it could be a girls' school, but that would be very surprising given that it's a state primary. The majority, actually I think all of the state primaries in London are mixed. I'm trying to think of a single one that is single sex. No, there isn't one. Schooling by sex is available from secondary onward. Just notice we've got... interesting how people choose these plates in the centre here, isn't it? Look. They just don't seem to care about either spacing or anything else. It's just like, hey, I'll just do what I want. I can afford it. Ticket me all you want, guys. I'll just have whatever plate I want. So we've got a bit of traffic, and then we'll continue down. This tiny little place here, there's only about 10 houses. It's called Waverton Street. Again, never noticed it. I've probably never walked down this street in my life. Nothing remarkable here. Sorry, the phone's wobbling a bit. It's the cable that's plugged in. I'll get rid of that shortly. Waverton Street. Actually, I see what's happened. One minute, guys. I'm going to unplug one phone, The gimbal has just run out of power, but it's no problem. I can plug it in right now. So the phone is going to be a little wobbly for a moment. Till I get the gimbal back on. I'll just stand here for a second. Let me plug that in. Other camera's at 91%, so we're good to go. Let's let the gimbal grab some juice. The phone's going to wobble a teeny bit, guys, but in a minute I'll switch the gimbal on, it'll go back to normal. So I'll just walk slowly for now so it doesn't shake all over the place. Yeah, it's a DJI gimbal, it's powered, so even though it does a great job normally of stabilising the image, it does tend to run out of power. But then again, we've been on for 207 minutes, so 3.5 hours so far. Wait, what's this? Oh, wait, what's this? Da, 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 da. Hold on one moment. Where are we? What? Okay, guys, if this is the last moment you see me alive, please don't forget me. Oh my god, what is this? Spooky or what? This is like the darkest place. 1 second. Okay, I found a fourth entrance. I'm not sure if you can see it there, it's probably too dark. This is a fourth entrance to Mount Street Gardens. And on the wall is the sign that confirms, I'm not sure if you guys can read it, that sign says St George, 1 second, hold on, I've just realised, why don't I switch on the torch on the other phone and illuminate the sign, then I can read it. Isn't that a good idea? 1 second. Where's the torch? Oopsie, 1 moment. Torch. I'll try actually not to drop this other phone. There we are. I'm now holding 2 cameras and a phone at once. Okay, St George's, Hanover Square, Church of England Primary School. Again, it still doesn't confirm whether it's girls or boys, not that it really matters. And if we go back round here, now I've got the torch. Yeah, it's Mount Street Gardens. So I never knew this was here. So there is in fact a fourth entrance to Mount Street Gardens. Obviously it's closed, just like the other ones. Imagine that. Okay, that must be the least known part of Mayfair. 1 moment. Just turn the torch off on the other phone again before it dies. Okay, let's continue. So, come back out of there. That was interesting. I wonder who lives at 49A. I can't even see a name on this street. It's so small. This is the only house on the street. It's the only one. Look. And no one's at home. Otherwise, I'd knock and ask if we could sit down, have a chat and a cup of tea. Right, let me see if I could power the gimbal back on. Just a moment while I stand here. Gosh, look at this house opposite there. Look at that. It looks more like we're in Monaco than London. Come on, gimbal, come back to life. You beast. No, it's still charging. It's fine. We're going to have to wait a few minutes. It's still relatively stable. Look at that. Isn't that rather swish? In fact, it's very swish. That is one rather enormous, quite new looking mansion. Sorry, I know the phone is playing up a little teeny bit. It's the cable. I'm going to hold it manually for a few minutes until we get some power to the gimbal. Yeah, look at that. Got another rather swish apartment building here. Yeah, it's definitely not Dagenham. And we've got a pub. Okay, this one's new to me as well. We're on Farm Street. This is called Farm Street here in Mayfair in central London. Don't know where that goes, but the gates are closed anyway. And here we've got a very, very, very interesting pub. The Punch Bowl, complete with a jester. Wow, wait. Okay, let's go a little further along, simply because there's another very interesting house here. Then we'll go back round the corner past that incredible mansion. Somebody's decided, for whatever reason, lack of taste I guess, to build a mock Tudor mews house. Here, look at this. Look. How peculiar. Yeah, it's this one's better. They've left it as it's supposed to be. But why on earth would you, I mean, goodness me. That probably cost something like £30 million. Why on earth would you want to have a mock Tudor mews house? Sorry, I know the phone is jigging. Let me try this gimbal again. It's got a bit of power, probably not enough. Nope, it's still flashing red. It's fine, I'll hold it. Okay, And behind, right opposite those rather nice mews, is yet another church. This is Jesuit Church of the Immaculate Conception on Farm Street, just in case anyone watching decides they would like to come here next Sunday. It is actually, it's a collection of minor villages and settlements, fundamentally. Okay, this church is actually rather large, never seen it before. Crossing over, again, beautiful mews houses. Aston Martin casually parked outside. Oh, this one's rather nice as well, look at this. I have no idea why they put a sun screen in the front of this Rolls Royce, because there's no sun. But that's, yeah, I mean it matches the paintwork, doesn't it, at least? Good choice. At the end here, oh actually wait, hold on a second, I know where we are. This construction site is where they're building the new hotel. So we can't go anywhere, we're at the end here. See, we've got a taxi waiting for somebody at the end. So we'll go back past that mansion as I mentioned before. So that's the end of Farm Street, folks. I'm quite disappointed actually that we just spent time on Farm Street and didn't see any animals. But there you are. Okay, oh, we're getting little spits of rain. Please don't start to rain, not now. Gosh, guys, you pushed it up to 116,000 likes. That's completely ridiculous. But thank you. Okay, anyway, let's carry on past the church we saw earlier. I swear I'm going to throw my phone on the floor in a minute if it doesn't stop jigging around. This is Farm Street, F-A-R-M, Farm Street. Again, I've heard of it. New one to me though. The houses here, most of these are new. They are beautiful, absolutely spectacular. Sort of oversized mews houses, look. At least sort of, 10, maybe 12, 14 rooms, depending on how far back it goes. We're outside number 20 right now, 20 Farm Street. It's a single house. And someone's at home. But this one, good lord, I mean, what on earth is it? It's an architectural monstrosity. Let's hope they don't hear me because they're at home, look. Good heavens. It's horrible. No parking. I think they misspelt it, didn't they? They should have painted no taste on the wall about no parking. Unbelievable. Okay, anyway, here we go. Past 24. Complete with iron railing gate. Look at that. I love those little paved entrances. Beautiful. That little mock Tudor mews house is a perfect example of how a virtually unlimited amount of money doesn't equal taste. Tragic. Okay, round we go. So we're now going on to Chesterfield Hill. Aha. Again, some beautiful buildings, look. Chesterfield Hill. This is one. Oh, guys, 1 second. Before I show you this, I think I've just seen the single best car of the entire war. In fact, probably the best car of this year. Okay, look at this. Look at that. Now that's what you call a car. Wow. 1 second, taxi's coming on. Let me get out of the way. Look at that. As I mentioned before, I'm no car connoisseur, but this is clearly a vintage Bentley. Isn't it wonderful? Good lord. What's this? 2022 member. I don't know of what. I'm being careful not to film any personal information on the car. We don't need to know who the owner is. That's not what I'm here for. But look at that. Isn't it absolutely magnificent? Just subtly parked here. I think that car, and if you wanted an indication of what separates a billionaire from a millionaire, it's taste, isn't it, fundamentally? It's parked outside this house. Look at that. Solid marble steps. No, I'm pretty sure it's a... Wait. I'm pretty sure it's a Bentley, isn't it? Unless I'm going completely mental. It is, yeah, look. It's a Bentley. Yeah. It's a Bentley. As I said, I'm no car connoisseur, so I couldn't possibly begin to tell you which Bentley it is. I'm guessing it's worth an absolute fortune, whatever it is, but isn't that beautiful? The only question I have is why on earth you'd leave a car that rare and valuable on the street, knowing how old the bodywork is. And you can see it's covered with water, because it was raining earlier. But anyway, I guess, worst way it rusts, you could just buy a new one. If you live here, you could definitely buy a new one. In fact, you could buy a new Temp. Okay. Is this gimbal going to come back to life, or is it dead permanently? A second, let's double check. Oh, ding, there we are. Gimbal came back to life. We're going to have stabilised pictures again any moment, folks. And it will stay stabilised because we're getting closer to the end, much as I would very much hate this stream to end. We're going to go as far as Park Lane. We're not terribly far away now, so let's enjoy it while it lasts. In front of us, this is Hill Street. I'm not quite sure why, because the elevation of this street looks the same end to end to me. So there's no hill here. Perhaps there was originally. They flattened it. Again, I don't know. This is Chesterfield Hill in front of us. Let's walk down here and see where this takes us. I know Chesterfield Hill is very close to Chesterfield Gardens. I know that Chesterfield Gardens is very close to the Saudi Embassy, and the Saudi Embassy is very close to the Hilton Park Lane. So we are getting close to Park Lane right now. So let's enjoy these views and the architecture and stuff, especially the lighting here, while we can. The phone is stabilised massively now the gimbal's back on. Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a typical street in England. We're walking around some of the most expensive streets, not just in London, but arguably in the world right now. You wouldn't get a house anywhere around here for less than about 20-25 million pounds. The most expensive houses here are multiples of that. In other words, 50, 70, 100 million pounds. Let me give you a good example, okay? This is Hayes Mews. Okay, so this is a Mayfair Mews Street. Here we are. Sorry. Hayes Mews. Okay? Every single house on this street, Mews House, is different. No two are the same. All completely unique. And okay, yes, you've got some Uber drivers and stuff going around, but fundamentally, it's very, very quiet here. You've got obviously some very, very rich ladies walking across there in their lovely white fur coats. Not that I need to film their faces. Okay, so let's focus on this street. As you can see, almost no one's at home. If you're rich enough to live here, you're rich enough to be in a warmer country at this time of the year. Simple as that. But look at this one on the corner. This is Chesterfield Hill. Look at that beautiful lighting on this house. It's not a pub, it's not a nightclub, it's someone's house. Look. It's number 6, in fact. Number 6 Chesterfield Hill. Isn't it magnificent? Even though it's sandstone, the exterior of the building, obviously with the lighting, subtle lighting, they made it look yellow in parts. In fact, it looks yellow on the screen. It's not yellow. Yep. Some lucky folks are in there enjoying Netflix right now in their £50 million house. Okay, anyway, so up we go to the end. That's not where we're going because it's, again, literally deserted. Look, we've got almost no lights on. And in fact, other than the house next to me and these guys here, that's it. The street is absolutely deserted. And it's only 10:15. Look, no one's at home. That's the garage. Gosh. Okay, so if we pop back round, carry on walking down here, we're back onto Chesterfield Hill. As again, that's number 6, that beautiful, magnificent number 6. Loving these views in Mayfair here tonight. It really is quite a special place. Even the smaller, I say smaller, inexpensive houses, it's probably still £10 million. With these little black doors, a bit like Downing Street. So we're coming to the bottom of Chesterfield Hill anyway. presume somebody didn't want to be filmed. Okay. Let's see what we found now. So we found Green Street. Sorry, it's Queen Street. This is the Chesterfield in front. It's a hotel. It's a nice hotel here in central London. Yeah, that's the Chesterfield Hotel, complete with the Union Jack. Obviously, is on the left. That's the St George's Cross, the other flag on the right. I'm trying not to die here. 1 second. That's Charles Street, if anyone's interested. Charles Street. Okay, we are getting step by step closer to Park Lane. Wait, oh, it actually, no, yeah, it is. It's Queen Street. I wasn't sure if it was Green. What's that behind you? I wasn't sure if it was Queen Street or Green Street. It's Queen Street. There we are. Yeah, it's true. It's very, very expensive living in central London now, unfortunately. It is what it is. Okay, let's be a little nosy while we're here. This one is called Clarges Mews. Looks interesting enough to have a quick peek. Even though there might be nothing here, we can quickly pop back out again. It actually looks like there's nothing here, but never mind, we're here now. Oh, how curious, look. That's someone's house. How bizarre. I wouldn't feel safe coming home if that were the entrance to my house. Okay, so it's just another... Oh, wait. Okay, so this is the back side of Curzon Street. Okay, I know where we are now. I know where we are. That's Chesterfield House, that building in the distance. All right, making sense. Somebody decided they've had enough of their Christmas decorations. Out they go for the rubbish. No more Christmas decorations. Let's walk back up onto the main road. You guys are really going mad with the likes tonight. I just looked at it the first time in half an hour. 125,000. Good lord. Crazy. Okay. Queen's Mayfair. No idea what that is. Equally, I have no idea what is that? Oh, Tamarind. I'm pretty sure that is an Indian restaurant. I can't really say. Anyway, that's called Tamarind. I'm not going to film people are coming out to invade their privacy. You like this actually, I recognise this in fact. We're now on Curzon Street, which is a very curious little street. It's famous because it has a casino, a very well known casino here, Aspinall's. Also, if we look up there, the original, the sort of flagship Curzon Cinema is in the centre of the frame. You see that? What we're going to do, I'm reluctant to film the Saudi embassy, which we're going to walk past in a minute. So we're going to cut through here and come back around, as it were. This is Shepherd Market, and this is very famous. Sorry, my voice is echoing. It's famous for that reason, guys. Do you know what the red light means? Take a wild guess. What does a red light in a building mean here in central London? It means naughtiness. That's what it means. See, look guys, wait. If I'm here, look at this. Watches of Mayfair. Shepherd Market. I don't know if you guys, 1 second, just looking behind me. Okay, it's good. Yeah, there we are, look. The reason I suddenly went quiet then, I don't know if you guys could hear it if the camera's picking it up in the background, but I heard somebody running down those stairs that I was filming, where it said model. Just being very careful what I'm filming now. Anyway, yeah, so Shepherd Market. It's not quite, you know, a red light district, but yeah, those two flats are working girls. As it said, up the stairs, beautiful model. Probably not so beautiful, but there we are. Okay, so as we come out of here, this is Trafalgar Street. Again with the cars. Okay, I'm going to be very careful here. I'm just going to walk along casually without even looking at it. The building, the glorious building we're going to see right in front of us, you can just see it glimpsing, the light in the centre of the frame. That is the Saudi embassy here in London, and the security is ridiculous. So I'm not even going to look, I'm just going to walk past without actually looking. Yeah, there it is. That's the Saudi embassy. And here we are. The original Curzon cinema on the corner. Many times it's been close to closure, but it hangs on, it's still open. And the restaurant opposite, always open, always busy, is Noura. It's a Lebanese, very well known, it's been there for literally forever. Actually wait, the security guy's right at the fence at the embassy now. Let me continue walking on without even looking back. So yeah, that's Noura over there in the Saudi embassy. Walking back along Curzon Street. I'm 99% certain that Aspinall's is here, in fact in front of me. Probably the world's most famous casino actually, at least outside of Las Vegas. One of London's only open pharmacies. That's because it primarily caters to Middle Eastern Saudi customers. Still open. If anybody needs very late night emergency whatever. In fact, this one, the first casino here, is Crockford's. I'm not going to stick my camera around into the casino because they will probably get very upset. 1 second. Actually, wait, there's no one there. Yeah, that's Crockford's. I'm not going to do it up here though because the doormen are outside. I don't know if the camera picked that up. That was the doorman at Aspinall's, who do not like to be filmed at all. Anyway, Derby Street, and we are getting perilously close, guys, to the end. In fact, the end is so close I can see it. This building right up there, a huge one, that's the Hilton on London Park Lane. Not remarkable, except for the restaurant on the top floor. Has the best view in London over Hyde Park, even better than One Hyde Park, because it's higher than the One Hyde Park. So you've definitely seen the richest part of Mayfair tonight, as have I. And notice as well how many of the red phone boxes we saw on this tour. A ridiculous number, in fact. Red phone boxes are actually, even though you wouldn't guess it from some of these walking tours, especially tonight, red phone boxes are actually something of a rarity here in central London, but not in places like this. This ridiculously illuminated building in front. Actually, wait, I'll get to that in a second. This is another little place that you can stop. If you have a look, you see right at the top of the Hilton Park Lane, the top floor, that's the it's a restaurant, it's called Windows. And it has windows obviously because you can see right over the park, especially if you're well known. You get a table right at the edge. The views are spectacular. Food average, restaurant itself average, service crap, but yeah, the views, they don't care because they've got that view directly looking over Hyde Park. So this is just again, this is a public court. So even though we have this is Curzon Square, this little tiny spot, nothing glorious except some benches. I think from memory that that Lazard Frere, the investment bank, I think their headquarters are here. I think this is Lazard actually, or at least it used to be. This one. I don't know if it says, maybe it was Bloomberg now, I'm not sure, but there was definitely, let me see, I mean if it were Lazard there would be people in there now, so perhaps it isn't anymore. It doesn't actually say on the building itself. Again, interesting house in front, this. Cheers. Sorry, somebody walking by didn't want to be filmed, so I was briefly pausing for a moment. Yeah, another beautiful house, look. No idea if anyone's at home, but what an exclusive location. I love the ones that have a black door, just simple, understated. You don't need to scream, hey, I'm rich. That was Curzon Square. And that was the only house on Curzon Square, so that must be pretty special. Anyway, guys, the good news and the bad news. The good news is that you don't need to listen to my voice for much longer. That's the good news. The bad news is that means we're almost at an end, but not quite. And let me tell you why. This building here, I'll go around and show you. It's a building where visitors from the Middle East typically choose to stay. It's not a hotel. It's medium to long-term service departments. Very, very expensive service departments. Let me go around and show you the entrance. There's normally not a doorman there, so it should be fine. This is 45 Park Lane. We're on Curzon Street, as you can see, but this building is called 45 Park Lane because this massive road in front of us here. Second, the gimbal's playing up again, guys. One moment. Zoom quickly. This street in front of us, going left to right. Boom. Let's reset the gimbal. Is Park Lane. And opposite, not that you can see it because it's dark, on the other side of Park Lane over there is Hyde Park. Anyway, we can have in fact I could even stroll along here with £1 million, no one will steal it. This is one of the safest parts of central London by far, in fact, by far. You want to be on it? You want to be on it? No, you're not on it. I'm saying, do you want to be on it? You're not on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, you see some very, very wealthy Saudis there did not want to be on the camera. I thought she stopped me to ask to be on it, but she said, don't let me be on it. But it is what it is. Yeah, people are sensitive around here because obviously it's a very, very rich part of London. Okay, so to give you an example where we are, one second, I won't film you. Hey, friendly. Thank you. Very friendly Saudi guy there. This is that very expensive building, as I was mentioning, 45 Park Lane. Look, I mean, you can see it isn't solid gold, but I mean, it looks like it is. Beautiful building. It looks just like a hotel, but as I said, it's not. It's just a very expensive apartment building. Okay, we're going to be finishing up shortly, but before we do, we've got a couple more landmarks. Okay, while we're here, this in front of us, behind the hoarding. Not that it looks particularly glamorous right now. That's the Dorchester Hotel. Okay, very famous London hotel, as you probably know. So you can just about see the sign there between the tree and the street sign. Yeah, that's the Dorchester. That's a bunch of very rich people. I'm not going to go down, but there's a nightclub along the end there. I know there is. It's very popular with Middle Eastern visitors. That's why all the Saudis are out tonight, probably going to the club. But yeah, that's the Dorchester. Not that I choose to stay there right now. That's me almost getting run over, but not quite. So if we go back onto Park Lane here, if I look to my right, if we were going to walk that way, it would take us to Marble Arch, okay? A Marble Arch, where Marble Arch begins Oxford Street, where Marble Arch meets Oxford Street and becomes Oxford Street. We're not going to go that way. We're going to go this way. And assuming that, one second, I'm just checking the power and the storage. Yeah, we're good. So far, guys, we've been live for 237 minutes, which isn't bad, I guess. Let's carry on walking south along Park Lane here. To be honest, as you know, I don't know how many of you might have seen my streams from Harrods last week. The most kind, friendly, engaging people that were coming over and talking and being on camera and telling me about what they were doing in London, where they were from, were the Emiratis, the Saudis, and top of the list for super friendly, the Kuwaitis. Super friendly, super kind, super willing to talk. I'm always reluctant to film the chauffeurs or drivers in this area because you never know who might get out of the back of the car and kidnap me. Anyway, so walking along, you'll see why I'm walking this way. Don't get super excited yet. There's going to be a little surprise at the end of this. I've just kind of decided to throw it in simply because I'm nearby. You'll figure it out anyway. So here we've got London's only private jet shop. If you decided, for example, that hey, I'm tired of flying with everyone else, you can come here and buy a jet. And they've even got a section of the jet in the shop for you to sit in and try out your jet before you buy it. How about that? A try before you buy, private jet shop. And as I mentioned before, when we were behind it, remember all that time ago we saw it from so far back. If I pan up, this is the Hilton. Nothing remarkable. It is a beautiful building. Yeah, the Hilton here on London Park Lane. Quite grand, I guess. Oh, it's not there anymore. They've closed it. There used to be. I used to actually come here quite a lot. There used to be a little late night bar. They've closed it. In fact, it was through those silver doors there, called, I think it was Trader Vic's or Trader Joe's or something like that. Very, very reasonably priced late night bar. They've still got Podium, which is that little sort of restaurant area there for people to have breakfast. But it's gone. Yeah, that's a shame. That is a real shame. Next to it, obviously, is the Park Lane Casino. Park Lane Club. It's a casino, part of the hotel. Again, you can see all the chauffeurs sitting outside waiting for their bosses to lose or win however many £1 million inside. In front of us, like literally right in front of us, is Nobu, if you can make that out, on the corner. 1 second before I go across. Taxi as usual, and another taxi. Minding the taxis behind me. Yeah, this is Nobu. About to close, but that's Nobu. I have no idea what this green thing is in front. I think actually that's the St Andrews building. That's just like a corporate HQ. Oh, this is some ghastly casino with a bunch of suspicious people hanging around outside. I don't know which casino it is, but it's a casino. Oh wait, actually, it's a Metropolitan. Sorry, what am I talking about? It's a Metropolitan hotel. Literally look like a casino, but as you can see, guys, look, with the greenery. Yeah, it's the Metropolitan here on Park Lane. Boom. Dorman didn't look too happy, but anyway, never mind. Okay, so once we get to the bottom here, can anybody guess the name of the street right in front of me right now? That completely nameless, anonymous street. What is it? Come on. Need to be quick so you can't Google it first on Google Maps. Anyone? 1 second. It's the car park at the Four Seasons. There's private apartments. And we'll come out directly behind another hotel here on Park Lane, the Intercontinental. So we saw the Hilton Park Lane, the Metropolitan that was behind me that I mistook for a casino. That's the Intercontinental, as it says, Intercontinental Park Lane. Boom. Okay, no one guessed it, or if you did, I missed it. This street right in front of me, this main road, is the beginning of Piccadilly. That's right, we went in an absolutely massive square tonight when we started. Actually, where did we begin tonight? I completely forgot, it was so long ago. We began at, oh yes, we began at the London Eye. We made an enormous square. I mean, and actually it was an even bigger square than Friday's one. Friday's live was about 7 hours, in fact, but we actually made a larger square tonight in this shorter live than we did on Friday. Okay, so we've made it to Hyde Park Corner. If I pan directly in the middle of the camera, across there is Lanesborough Hotel. I need to run so I don't die. Whoops, hold on. Ah! 1 second, it's all good. Whoops, literally sped right behind me. I felt the breeze. 1 second. I'll show you something here simply because I like it. It's one of my favourite memorials, and even though it's very dark and spooky in there, it's completely safe. Check the traffic, all good. This is Piccadilly. That leads directly to the Ritz along there. Now if we go into here, actually look at this. Well, funnily enough, you know, I was just talking about where we began tonight at London Eye. There it is. See that? That's the top of the London Eye peeking through the columns over there. It's very far away, but you get an idea generally of the architecture. And also here's the London night bus for sightseeing. Look, it's called London by Night. Look at that. He's finished now. So the only place to see London by night is right here with me on London City Walks. Anyway, yeah, look, this is a Royal Air Force Memorial. I'm going to cut through here very quickly before these very moody looking people pass me. So I'm in the middle of nowhere right now. Oopsie. Didn't mean to scare you. You scared me for a second. Okay, so here we are, wait. Look at this. I'm not sure if you guys can make it out, and I'm not going to switch the torch on here. Actually, wait. Actually, no, I won't, because we'll definitely run out of power. Yeah, this glorious memorial. I'm not sure if you can read it, guys, up there. I'll try and read it for you. It says, this memorial is dedicated to the 55,573 airmen from the United Kingdom, British Commonwealth and Allied nations who served RAF Bomber Command and lost their lives during the course of the Second World War. Yeah. One of London's, it's not new, but I mean this one hasn't been here for terribly long. As you can see, that if I try and pan right up, this is covered. This is a covered memorial. Yeah. There's enormous figures. Extraordinary. A little spooky, but in a good way. Okay, so I've walked out of there. This is Piccadilly. Along here. What I'm going to do, we're going to end the tour. You probably guessed where we're going to end it already. Again, peeking through, that's the Hilton on Park Lane that we walked past before. Another perspective. Obviously now we're on the other side of it. We've walked right the way around. If we carry along here, I know it looks spooky, but it's fine. My phone camera picks it up perfectly, so you guys will, I hope, will be able to see where we're going. The other camera has already given up. It's just like, hey, it's completely black. Where are you going? But just a moment, we will cut to our right, and then you guys will have an idea of where we're going. Feels like I'm in the countryside, but obviously I'm not. I'm still in central London very much. And that's the wonderful thing about London, how quickly it can turn from what we just saw, you know, those extremely ostentatious displays of wealth, extremely understated displays of wealth, to this, you know, absolute seclusion. There's not a soul here. For anyone wondering, I am cutting across St James's Park, and I'm sure that many of you will already have guessed why. One of my favourite sort of beginning and ending points is coming up. Bingo, yeah. I mean, to be honest, you know, once you're this close to it, it's kind of pointless not to have a look at it, isn't it? You know, it's so beautiful at night anyway. So beautiful, so safe, why not? Just looking at the other camera, where are we? We're at, yeah, I think about 260 minutes. It's quite a long walk took this evening, actually. No. This is completely safe. It really is. I know it might not seem like it. Oh my God, you know, it's pitch black. There's no lighting, blah blah blah. But no, this is very much safe. I've walked on my YouTube channel, guys. I'm going to plug it again on my YouTube channel. Link on my TikTok page. I walked through Hyde Park at midnight in the snow in one of the videos, and it was funny because I got locked in. And at the end of the video, when I realised I'm locked in, the very friendly security guard comes along. The security guard that was responsible for the gate at 1 Hyde Park. They've got a private gate into Hyde Park, and rather kindly, he'd already locked the gate, and he unlocked it to let me out of the park. Otherwise I would have had to climb over the fence. But that video, including the super friendly security guard, is on my YouTube channel. I think it's called it's called something like Midnight Walk in Hyde Park, or Hyde Park Walk in the Snow. It was filmed about 2.5 weeks ago, on the same night that we had the first snow here in London. Can you guys actually really see anything, or is the screen literally just pitch black? I can see it. I mean, there's a bit of lighting here and I can see the path, but we'll have some lighting soon, so apologies if it's really dark for you guys. I'm not alone in the park, by the way. There are some other people here. I can hear them shouting to my left. I can also see the light on a bike. So something's happening, but I don't really care. Anyway, let's trudge on. Just keeping an eye out to make sure that bike doesn't get any closer. Obviously they can probably see the light of my phones, but it's good, all good. Anyway, we're coming out into a slightly better lit area now. I'm walking a teeny weeny bit faster simply because we're closer. Bingo. It's surprising actually that even though they leave the park open to walk through, all the lighting is off. You know, I would, if I were a woman, sorry, I would absolutely, under no circumstances, walk through here at night. Safe as I say it is, it's a huge open space. But there are some other people here. I can hear people walking behind me, so it's fine, I'm not alone. Yeah, definitely looking a little brighter. The small building in front of us that we're going to see in a minute has a couple of lights on. And what I'm going to do when we get there is set the phone down on its tripod and sit down for a few minutes and just enjoy the view. Actually, I'm a bit silly to cut across the middle of St James's Park in the middle of the night. That said, it isn't even that late. I mean, was it now? It's 10:48, so it's okay. Even though it was a bit deserted, it's fine, fundamentally. Somebody would hear my screams. I shouldn't joke about it, should I really? Okay, I'm purposely avoiding panning to the right. I'll save that until we get there. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I won't. There we are, look. That's the reason that we came here, guys. Boom. And even now, as usual, there are some people here taking pictures and stuff. As I said before, 24 hours a day. This is the one place you're guaranteed to find tourists. It's always kind of the ideal place to begin or end a walk, isn't it, fundamentally? Because, okay, yes, I mean, it's a grand and majestic place and everyone knows it, no matter where you're from in the world. Even if you've never had the fortune to travel, everyone recognises the building for obvious reasons. So it's always a great place to begin and end. It is magisterial, not just on the screen, but standing here too. I'm going to cut across. I'm not sure if they've closed the central area. No, actually, wait, I can see a spot. It's always my favourite part here, up on the marble next to the fountains. And again, we can see the London Eye there, just peering out. I don't know exactly until the stream ends how long this was, but I'm guessing since we left the London Eye, it's been about 5 hours, I would think, give or take. There it is, yeah, you can make it out between the trees. That's facing toward the river and southward. Here we obviously have the fountains opposite the palace. And they're absolutely spectacular, look at it. Glorious. My pleasure, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. In terms of if anyone is at home, let's have a look. Nope, I'm not sure that you guys can see it. I can make it out just. The Union Jack is above the palace. That means that the sovereign is not at home. That means that the sovereign is elsewhere. When the sovereign is at home, you have the royal standard. So no, we have no royalty at home tonight. But we do have a lion and his master. We also have an extraordinary bronze endlessly spitting water into this coin-filled pond. Well, it's not a pond, and it's a fountain, sorry. There's something else curious there. I don't know what that is. Some white thing under the water. I have no idea what that is. Odd. Bottle of beer, maybe. Anyway, we got it to ourselves tonight, guys. I always talk about, hey, there's always someone there, but tonight there isn't. It's just you and me. Well, actually, wait, all exactly 1,000 of you plus me. Oh, good lord! Finally made it. Look at this. Look at the light. Every time you come here, the light just jumps out at you. Boom. You're welcome. I know that a lot of people in the US, love British pageantry, etc. What I'm going to do now, guys, it's going to jig around for a teeny weeny bit. I'm going to reopen the tripod and put it down. Leave it as a static image for a few minutes. Just a couple of moments. Actually, like 2/3 of the tripod. Ding. Okay, I'm going to put it down, then I'm going to center it. Just a moment. Imagine, first time in 5 hours I put the tripod down. Crazy. 1 second. That's it, we've got it almost bang to center. That's as center as I'm going to get it. I can now take my backpack off. What I am going to do as well, before I continue talking and answer any of your questions, I'm going to end the recording that I've made in 4K for YouTube. Let me just double check that camera. 1 second, guys. Oh my god, it feels weird to stretch my legs by bending them. Ah! Okay, let's have a look. So, it is exactly, since we left the pier, it's been 259 minutes, which isn't bad, I guess. I mean, it saves on the gym fees, realistically. What I will actually do, I like doing this just because it's kind of like a test. I'm going to have a look at the other phone. Let's see, I'm sure we didn't beat Friday. Friday was 12,500 steps. Let's see what we did today in this trip, out of interest. Oh my goodness me. Guys, look at this. Wait, look. We absolutely smashed it. Look at that. Can you see that? Seriously? 19,306 steps for this live. So I did 321% of my allocated steps. That's ridiculous, though. Yeah, 19,000. How is it possible? I guess because actually during the other live there was quite a lot of stopping. At Trafalgar Square there was quite a long stop and so on. But wow, yeah, 19,300 steps in roughly, I don't know, 5 to 6 hours. Not bad. So I definitely do not need to worry about going to the gym, in fact, ever again, by the looks of it. What I'm going to do, the phone's going to move for 1 second, people, while I unplug it, because it's got more than enough power. No, I did 19,000 steps, as it just said on the screen. Yeah, today's walk was 19,000 steps, which is kind of crazy, but hey, it was fun. Right, so now I'm going to turn off the camera that's recording for YouTube. 1 moment, guys. I can then